Hello everyone, good afternoon. First of all, please confirm me about audio and video quality. I hope I'm audible. Hello everyone. First of all, please confirm me about audio and video quality. Good evening, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon everyone. Okay, so as I can see, all things are okay. So then let's start today's session. So welcome to JAIIB CAIIB English Medium. Today's session is your 8 hours marathon, that too live. Means in today's session, you are going to see ABFM, BFM, ABM and your BRBL. All your 4 subjects we are going to cover in this session. So what you need to do, bankers, you need to watch this session from starting till the end. Continuously, you will see for 2 hours each subject. So first, we are going to start with your ABFM subject. Yes. Now, if I talk about what things and what type of questions you are going to deal in this ABFM, you are going to see all your theory as well as numerical questions which you have completed in your paid class. Okay, like your module A you have completed and module B which we are currently doing. So from that also I have included the questions. Okay, some questions are one-liner, some questions you can see on a case study manner, like in your exam. Okay, some questions on your without option questions also are there. So remember what you need to do. You need to watch this session till the end so that you can revise your module A. Along with that, you can practice your numerical part. See, as a banker, you don't have that much time to do all these things by your own. Yes. So we are here always to, clear your concepts. Along with that, to make you and to, work with you during your practice session. So you can say this is your practice session as well. Yes. So let's start in today's session. So first, as I already told you, first we are going to start with your ABFM. Yes. So if you are visiting to this particular channel for the first time, you can subscribe to this. If you're planning for CIB December 25, you can like this session so that if you are not watching full this session today, you can watch it afterwards as well. And if you want to do your revision again in future, you can use this session for a revision purpose. Now, let's start this session with your first question, everyone. So, just a request. As soon as I'm going to show you the question, try to give me the answers. Hana? In case of numerical question, take your calculator with you and try to solve each and every question. Okay? Just think this is your exam. Yes, think that this is your exam time for 2 hours. You need to work. You need to think about every concept. You need to read every question. Yes, and share your answer. Whether that is correct or wrong, that is the secondary thing. First, try to think about that concept. Try to share your answers. Okay, so let's start then today's session with the very first question. A procedure that involves the management and the employees working together to jointly establish, record, and then monitor the goals for a particular period of time is defined as what? A. MBO, B. TQM, C. PAS, that is Performance Appraisal System, D. Strategic Planning Process. Tell me, this question is based on your definition. Yes, and you need to tell me which definition they are talking here. They're talking the definition of MBO, TQM, performance appraisal, or strategic planning process. See, now if you read this question, you can see the procedure that involves management and employees. Yes, here you are going to involve your management as well as your employees. Now, when you are involving both the, layers of your organization, they all are going to work jointly so that they can achieve your organizational goals. Which definition they are talking about? They are talking about management by objectives. Yes, management by objectives talks about when you involve your management as well as your employees for the decision making. Correct? For your future goal in a particular period of time. That is what MBO. See, TQM talks about your product quality. Yes, what is the best product you can deliver to your customers. That is why B is not your answer. C talks about your employees' performance. Whether to give them appraisal, whether to not give them appraisal, that is what you are covering in your performance appraisal. And strategic planning process means when you're planning about your future. Okay, at that point of time, what evaluation you are going to do, how you are going to make the estimates, how you are going to evaluate your environment, that is what covered here. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is your answer A. Now, coming to next question. When a bank defines its clientele scope, it should cover A, only its current retail banking customers as they represent the largest segment. B, its primary target segments now and in the future, while also explicitly identifying customer groups that are strategically outside its service offering. C, all potential individuals and businesses irrespective of their financial needs or geographical location. The customers who have consistently used the bank services for more than 5 years. Now this question is from your, unit 1, from your module A. When we talk about strategic management, under this we have seen different terms like your vision, mission, clientele. I hope you can recall these points. Vision means what? When you talk about future. Yes. Mission means what? When you are talking at present, what you are doing. Yes. Clientele means what? Tell me. Clientele means what? Clientele means here we are talking about customers. Yes, here we are talking about customers. Customers who are presently purchasing your products and about future customers which you are targeting. So clientele means only its current retail banking customers. The answer is no. Next, all potential individuals and businesses irrespective of their financial needs. No, we are not talking about any individuals or businesses. Yes. Next, customers who have consistently used the bank services for more than 5 years. No, we are not talking about past customers. Yes, we are talking about current customers who are using your products and future which you want to target. Yes, so here your correct answer is answer B. Primary target segments now and in the future. Now, which type of customer you are focusing and in future, which type of customers you want to create. While also explicitly identifying customer groups that are strategically outside its service offering. So here your correct answer is answer B. What happened? No one knows the answer. Everyone, this is your practice session. Yes? No one knows the answer or what? So here your answer is answer B. Coming to next. Which of the following is not a commonly used tool for conducting an internal environmental analysis of an organization? A. SWOT analysis. B. Strategy evaluation. C. Forecasting. D. Gap analysis. I hope I'm audible. I hope screen is also visible. What do you think? When we talk about internal environmental analysis, which one is the odd one? Okay, I got the answer from Rajeshwari ji. What about others? Internal environmental analysis. See, if we talk about environmental analysis, means we include both the parts. Yes, external environment and internal environment. External means which is outside your business. Correct? Internal means which is within your organization, within your business when we are talking about. Correct? So here we are talking about this internal environmental analysis means when you are working or when you are seeing within your organization. So you can use 3 tools for analysis. Number 1, you can use SWOT analysis. SWOT means what? S means strength of your company. Yes. W means weaknesses about your company. O means new opportunities which you can use in your business. T means threats from your competitors. Yes, so that is what SWOT analysis, first tool which you can use in your internal environmental analysis. Next is your strategy evaluation. Strategy evaluation means when you are creating strategy for your business. Now, how you implemented it, yes, how you are using that strategy in your real business. So when you're comparing your strategy that you have made in your books, or you can say when you have made that blueprints and now you're comparing with your implementation part. So that is what evaluation you are doing. Correct? You are comparing the things. That is again you are going to use as your second tool. And your third tool is your gap analysis. Gap analysis means again when you are performing as per your standards. Yes, before you start any work, even when you started your preparation, you didn't start directly. Hana, first you prepared plan. Yes, first you set your target. After that you implemented. After that you started your classes. Yes or no? Yes. So during that time period, when you have your planning and when there is your actual working, and if in that, if you have any gap, so the reason is what? Yes, you are going to identify the reasons in your plan and in your actual. In your plan and in your actual. If there is any differences, you are going to find out here reasons. That is what gap analysis. And only we have 3 types of internal environmental analysis. So the correct answer is here your forecasting, because they are asking which is not a commonly used. So here your correct answer is answer C. Okay, odd one out. And this is the question they have asked in your exam. Okay, this is the question from your previous attempt, everyone. So make sure you are revising this topic again, and this is a direct question based on the headings only. Okay, now coming to next question. Okay. A Limited is considering a project with an initial investment of 3 lakh and a lifespan of 3 years. The project's profit before depreciation for each year is 1,50,000. What is the accounting rate of return, that is your ARR, for year 1 of the project? And you need to use annual basis. In case of your investment appraisal, yes, we have different methods. In that appraisal, investment appraisal, for evaluating whether to go with the project or not, you have different methods. Yes, you have different methods, but broad category you can see here, that is a discount discounted methods, yes, and non-discounted discounted methods, yes. So under this non-discounted methods means you are not going to use any time value of money. No use of time value of money. Correct? No use of discounting rate. That is what your non-discounted methods says. Now under this you have payback period method and ARR. Yes, payback period method and ARR. Now under discounted methods you have NPV, IRR, profitability index. Yes, then discounted payback period method. Then you have MIRR. Yes or no? So these are the methods which you can see under discounted methods where you use time value of money. See, in today's session, I'm just not going to, tell you the question and answer. I'm going to discuss the concepts as well. Okay, what concept we are applying, how to calculate it. So we are revising the things. I'm not just giving you the question and answer and chalo, let's move to this next question. I'm not going to do that. Okay, I'm going to explain you each and everything related to it. See, here we started with investment appraisal, means whether to select that project or not. Now, how you can evaluate that, how you can say whether to accept it or not with the help of different methods. You see two sides, yes. So here, non-discounted method means you are not going to use any time value of money. So under this, you have one method that is your ARR. Yes, ARR, accounting rate of return. That is your ARR. Now, ARR means whatever the amount you have invested, yes, how much return you can get from that project. ARR means amount that you have invested, from that how much return you can receive. That is what ARR talks about. Correct? Without adjusting any time value of money. But here under this ARR you have three methods. First is your annual basis. Next is your total investment basis. These are the different methods through which you can calculate ARR. Okay. And third one is your average investment basis. So these are the three different methods which you can use for ARR. So here we are talking, in this question they're asking from first method. That is your annual method. That is your annual method. So can you tell me which formula we need to use under this annual basis? Which is the formula we need to use under annual basis? Profit after depreciation divided by investment in the beginning. This is the formula. Now, as name says, this is your annual calculation. So, each year we are going to calculate this, or total life we are going to calculate this ARR. Tell me. Very good, Lavanya ma'am. That is profit after depreciation divided by your invested amount. Yes, at the beginning time. But when we are using this annual basis, so that annual basis means what? You are calculating for 12 months or you are calculating for the lifetime of that project. Annual basis means for every 12 months you need to calculate. Yes, for every 12 months you need to calculate. That is what annual basis means. Yes, for 12 months you need to calculate here. So let's start the calculation now. As in your question, they have given profit before depreciation. Yes, very good. For each year, you need to calculate. Profit before depreciation, that is given as 1,50,000. means we need to deduct depreciation. Then only we can calculate profit after depreciation. Yes or no? So what is the depreciation amount? Okay. So we need to calculate here depreciation amount. Now let's calculate depreciation amount. So your invested amount, your cost is equal to 3 lakhs divided by life of that project divided by 3. So per year you are going to reduce 1 lakh. Yes, 1 lakh. Correct, Praveen sir, for 12 months we need to take. Depreciation you need to subtract, that is 1 lakh. So what is the profit after depreciation? That is 50,000. Yes, that is of 50,000. Correct, that is of 50,000. Now, in your formula, you have calculated as profit after depreciation. That is what? That is your 50,000. Now, next we need to calculate denominator. That is your investment in the beginning. So, what is the investment amount in the beginning? In the beginning, your investment amount is equal to 3 lakhs. Yes, 3 lakhs is your initial investment amount. So, you need to divide it with 3 lakhs, multiply with 100 because you need to calculate rate. And always for rate calculation, you need to multiply with 100. I'm so sorry. What is the answer here? 50,000 divided by 3 lakhs into 100. So your answer is 16.67%. Means in your first year from this project, you have earned around 16.67%. Okay? This is your ARR based on your annual basis. See, in exam, they will clearly mention which method you need to use. Like here, they have mentioned annual basis you need to use. So this is how they are going to mention it clearly. Yes, correct answer is your 16.67. Okay, this is your one numerical. Okay. And as you can see, without option. So in exam also, they can ask you this pattern. Numerical question without option. Okay, this is your exam pattern. Correct? You need to type this answer through the keyboard. Yes? Chaliye. Coming to next question now. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, in response to a government initiative to boost financial inclusion, mandates that all commercial banks must open a specific number of new branches in rural areas within the next 2 years. Now, this mandate and the underlying government initiative primarily represents what? A, both are purely economic factors impacting market competition. B, the government initiative is a political factor while the RBI's mandate is a legal factor. C, the government initiative is a legal factor while the RBI's mandate is a political factor. D, both are purely operational factors for the bank. You know, this question is from your PESTLE analysis. This question is from your PESTLE analysis. Yes? So what do you think? Here you can see here is your RBI, that is a regulatory body, and there is a government initiative. Okay, there is one government scheme which government wants to implement in different banks, in their commercial banks. So which option do you think is going to be most suitable option? Here, government initiative is going to be your political factor. Yes, based on your PESTLE analysis, P means your political factor, E means your economic factor like GDP, interest rate, inflation. S means social factor when you are dealing with language, region, people. Yes, T means technological factor. Yes, technologies like AI, robots, everything that is technology. L means legal factor. Yes, legal factor given by regulatory bodies. RBI, SEBI, income tax. Correct? E means your environmental factor. For your society, for environment, what we are doing. So that is what PESTLE analysis. Yes, PESTLE analysis. Now, here you can see two things. One, that is government initiative. So government initiative is your political factor. Yes, government initiative is your political factor. And RBI is your regulatory body. So when RBI is implementing some points, that is going to be your legal factor. Yes, so first option, both are purely economic factors. No, government is not falling under economic factors. Impacting market competition, the answer is no. Both are purely operational factors. This is not at all one factor. Under the PESTLEs. Now, see, government initiative is a legal factor. No, government is not your regulatory body. Yes, and RBI's mandates a political factor. No. Correct answer is yes. Answer B. Answer B. Where government initiative is a political factor while the RBI's mandate is a legal factor. Yes, here you can say your correct answer is answer B. Coming to next question now. In the context of financial analysis, if a company is earning before interest and taxes, that is EBIT is 0, which means its contribution margin is exactly equal to its fixed cost. What would be the degree of operating leverage? You need to tell me the correct answer. That in case of here, that is your DFL. Okay, this is not operating, this is financial leverage. This is your DFL. Sorry, this is a DFL. Okay, so this question is based on DFL, not DOL. So in this question, they are saying if your EBIT is equal to 0, okay, and your contribution margin is exactly equal to its fixed cost, so that is 0 only. Your profit is 0 only. So what would be the degree of this financial leverage? This question is based on direct rule. Okay, if I talk about DFL formula, degree of financial leverage, that formula is what? That formula is EBIT divided by EBT. Yes, EBIT divided by EBT. Correct? So here if your EBT is equal to 0, they are saying that if your EBT is equal to 0, what value you are going to say for DFL? What value you are going to say for DFL? Yes? What answer you are going to give for this? Okay. Lavanya ji, Aishwarya ji, you both are saying answer is 0. What about others? Anything divided by, okay, if you use numerator as a 0 divided by any number. So please do on your calculator 0 divided by 5. That will give, yes, that will give answer as your 0. Okay, that will give as answer your 0 only. Okay, anything if you keep here, that is your EBIT equal to 0, that is going to be your 0 only. Okay, so this is correct answer is your answer A. But remember, we have one rule here which you need to remember. This is answer A. Now, the rule says for DFL, okay, we have other rules as well. Just let's revise those rules once. So in case when your DFL, yes, in case where your EBT is nil, when your EBT is nil, so your answer is going to be for DFL, that is going to be undefined. That is going to be undefined. Whereas when your this operating below break even level means you are working in loss situation. Yes, you are working in loss situation, means your EBIT is negative. So your answer is going to be again negative number. Okay, these are the two more conditions which you need to remember. Correct? So situation 1 where you can see undefined answers, situation 2 where you can see negative number. Yes, and we have seen these things in our class also through questions. Correct? So here your correct answer is answer 0. Now, coming to the next one, that is how is the profitability index calculated? A, by subtracting initial investment amount from the present value of future cash flows. B, by dividing present value of future expected cash flows by the initial investment amount. C, by multiplying the initial investment amount by the internal rate of return. D, by dividing total cash inflows by the total cash outflows. Again, this question is from your capital budgeting. Yes, that capital investment unit. In that we have one method, that is a profitability index. Profitability index talks about your profit level. Yes, based on your future cash flows present value compared with your, discounted outflow, or you can say total investment. When you divide inflows, when you divide here inflows with outflows. Yes, is this correct? No, this is incomplete. So last option says you need to divide. That is true. You need to divide. Just total cash inflows with total cash outflows? No. We need to do discounting. We need to give the effect of discounting. We need to give the effect of time value of money. No, correct answer is not your D. Because in your D option, they are saying cash flows only. Sorry. But the correct answer is you need to adjust your time value of money. Though you can say A and C both are wrong. Of course, no subtraction, no multiplication. We need to do division. Yes, division. Both are correct. But why fourth one is a wrong statement? Because here they are saying you need to take direct cash inflows. No, you cannot take direct cash inflows. You need to calculate present value of future expected cash flows. Means discounted cash flows we want. Discounted cash inflows we want. This is the correct formula. Okay? By the initial investment amount. In exam, if they are giving discounted cash flow, that is also correct. Or initial investment amount is also correct. Both are correct in your denominator. Yes, so that's why answer D is your wrong answer. Correct answer is your answer B. I hope now you understood, Lavanya ma'am, Praveen sir, why your answer D is your wrong and B is your right answer. Yes? Coming to next question now. A public sector bank is conducting a strategic review. Yes, what your public sector bank is doing, they are conducting one strategic review. Now, during this process, they identify two key points. Okay, you have 2 points, point 1 and here is a point 2, point 1 and 2. So point 1 says rising interest rates in the in the market are making it more expensive for the bank to raise funds. Okay. Second point says the bank has a highly experienced and stable workforce with strong customer relationship spanning decades. In the context of a SWOT analysis for this bank, how would you deal with this 2 points typically? Okay, based on this 2 points, you need to tell which SWOT analysis we have seen a SWOT. So from that, you need to say this 2 points talks about which factors from the SWOT. A, point 1 talks about threat, point 2 talks about weakness. Second option, point 1 talks about opportunities, point 2 talks about threats. Third, first point talks about threat, second point talks about strength. D, first point talks about weaknesses, second one talks about opportunities. Tell me, what do you think, everyone? Now, if I talk about SWOT analysis, S means your strength. Yes, this is your weaknesses. This is your opportunities. And T means threats. Yes or no? Opportunity and threat is from outside. Yes, threats from your competitors. Opportunities means new project you can start. Okay, then if I talk about strength and weakness, both the things we talk about within business. Strength means what is positive thing about your business. Yes, weakness means which is not the best thing. Yes, negative point, or you can say which is actually lacking behind in your business. Correct? So that is a SWOT analysis. That is your SWOT analysis. Now let's read the first point. Rising interest rates in the market are making it more expensive for the bank to raise. Now here when we talk about bank, so raising funds from the market, that is becoming more expensive now, okay, because of interest rate rising. So interest rate rising is actually one economic factor. Yes, that is one economic factor for everyone. That rate is going to rise, not only for your bank. Yes, every bank is going to face this issue. Means this is outside factor. Yes, this is an outside factor. Now because of rising in this interest rate, you can see more expensive funds you are raising. So more expensive funds you are raising, that is positive for you. The answer is no. That is not a positive thing. That is negative thing. Yes. So this is what? This negative thing is what? This negative thing is your threat. Yes, this is your threat. Okay, so we can say first and fourth point you can eliminate. Now let's read the second one. The bank has a highly experienced, what they're saying in second point, bank has a highly experienced and stable workforce. Yes, with strong customer relationship. Now we are talking about positive thing. We have strong customer relationship. We are having very experienced, employees. So that is talking about strength. That is talking about strength of our business. So that is within our business. So that is what strength. So the correct answer is not weaknesses we are talking in point 2. Correct answer is your answer C. Yes, correct answer is your answer C. Correct. Option third is your right answer. Okay, I hope everyone understood why third is your right answer and why not first, second and fourth is your correct answer. Okay, here I have given you the explanation as well. Now, let's talk about next question. Okay, again we have one numerical question. A firm's details are as under. Here you have sales 100 per unit, take a like 25 lakh, variable cost 50%, fixed cost 10 lakhs. Now it has borrowed 9 lakh at the rate of 10% per annum, and it has equity capital 10 lakhs, that is of 100 each. Now you need to consider 35% as your tax rate, and you need to calculate DFL and earning per share. Now this is a numerical question and you need to calculate two things. First is your DFL and second is your earning per share. So what is the formula for a DFL? DFL formula is equal to EBIT divided by EBT. This is your DFL formula. Now, earning per share formula is earning available to equity shares divided by number of total outstanding equity shares. Yes, this is your formula for calculating earning per share. So let's start the calculation now. Okay, so first we need to prepare your that income statement. Correct? So let's start with the sales value. Sell amount is equal to 25 lakh. What is the contribution? Contribution is 50%. So 25 lakhs into 50% is your variable cost. So 25 lakh minus 12 lakh 50,000 is a variable cost. So what's your contribution here? Contribution is equal to 12 lakh 50,000. You know, or what you can use here for calculating directly contribution, you would have used sales into variable cost percentage here. Yes, sales is your already 50 lakhs into what is the amount? That is 50%. So you know 50% is a variable cost. So remaining 50% is going to be a contribution. Okay, but every time you cannot use this. Okay, every time you cannot use this. If you know that 50% is a variable, remaining 50% is your contribution, at that time only you can use this part. Yes, so this is also the way through which you can calculate direct contribution. Now, after this contribution, we need to deduct what? Can you tell me, after this contribution, we need to deduct which amount? Tell me, everyone. From this, which amount we need to deduct for calculating EBIT? Very good. Fixed cost. Yes, you need to deduct fixed cost. Yes, and your fixed cost here is 10 lakhs. Answer is 2,50,000. This is your EBIT. Yes, very good. Fixed cost you need to deduct, and EBIT is your this much. Now you need to deduct interest amount. Now let's read for the interest. Interest you need to pay on which amount? On your borrowing amount or on your equity part? Tell me, interest you need to pay on which amount? Borrowing or on your share capital, on your equity part? Yes, on your borrowed amount. Yes, on your borrowed amount, we need to calculate interest. So here if you see, 9 lakh is your borrowed amount. 9 lakh is your borrowed amount. So 9 lakh is your total principal amount. This is your principal amount, everyone. Multiply rate, that is 10% per annum. So 90,000 is your interest amount. So 2,50,000 minus, yes, correct, on borrowed amount. 2,50,000 minus 90,000, that is your 1,60,000. This is your earning before tax. Yes, this is your earning before tax. Now, from this earning before tax, we need to subtract your tax amount. Always remember, you calculate tax on your earning after paying interest amount. Yes, after deducting all your expenses, then you get your tax amount. Okay, you cannot pay tax first before paying your cost, before deducting your interest. For tax calculation, you need to deduct this interest and expenses amount. Okay, so here tax rate is equal to 35%. So 1,60,000 into 35% is going to be your tax rate. That is a 56,000. Now I'm continuing this calculation here. Okay, so your earning after tax equal to 160 minus 56,000. That is a 1,04,000. This is your earning after tax. Yes, this is your earning after tax. Now, if you pay any preference dividend, you need to subtract it. But in this question, they are not giving any information related to your preference dividend. So no need to assume any amount. Hana, please don't assume any amount. Just think, if you are assuming, there are apart from you, other bankers are there. Hana, so other bankers will also assume their own amount. So unless and until if your faculties are not saying or in your books it is not written, no need to assume any amount. So preference dividend 0. So this is a final amount. This is the final earning available to equity shareholders. Correct? 1,04,000. Now let's calculate your DFL, everyone. Okay, we have calculated everything which is required in our question. So EBIT you can see that is given here directly, that is 2,50,000. EBIT 2,50,000 divided by EBT, that is your 1,60,000. 1,60,000. Two lakh 50 divided by 1,60,000. That is what? Tell me, everyone. What is your DFL now? Yes, correct answer is your 1.56. 1.56 is your answer for your DFL. Yes, now let's calculate for EPS. So earning per share formula, already you know, earning available to equity shareholders, that is 1,04,000 divided by how many number of shares? Equity share capital is equal to 10 lakhs and per share is 100. Yes, if your total amount of equity is equal to 10 lakhs and if you divide this with per unit share capital, that is rupees 100, you can get number of shares. 10 lakh divided by 100, that is your 10,000 is your number of shares. So 104 divided by 10,000 means 10.4 is your earning per share. This is your answer. Now earning per share means what? Earning per share means how much you are getting from your one share if you are investing in any company. If I invest or if I purchase one share of this firm, what is the return I am going to generate? how much earning I am going to generate. That is 10.4. That is 10.4 I am going to generate if I purchase one share. Yes, that is your earning per share. Now in exam, they can ask you directly question from this earning per share, or they can ask question on DFL. Yes, one of the most important and favorite topic. Again and again they're asking, that is DFL, DOL, yes, combined leverage. Every attempt they're asking questions from leverage topic. Okay, so I hope now everyone understood what we need to do and how we need to solve. See, the important part is you need to, remember this statement. How to prepare this statement. Correct? Coming to next question now. Yes, correct answer. That is 10.4 earning per share. Next is your theory question, everyone. The organization manual is typically broken down into which of the following 4 sections? A. Policy, training, financial, employee handbook. B. Operational manual, marketing manual, IT manual, legal compliance manual. C. Policy manual, operational manual, organizational manual, rules and regulations manual. And D. Strategic manual, tactical manual, procedural manual, and administrative manual. Okay, Chandramohan sir, I will repeat it, but let's complete first this question, sir. Tell me. This question is from your organization manual. Your third unit. See, organization manual means, here you can understand what company is all about. Yes, what are their policies, what are their rules, regulations, yes, how they are making decisions. So if you want to know about that company, you can use this organizational manual. Correct. Now under this organizational manual, we have 4 different parts. Correct. You need to identify that manual is divided into that 4 parts, and what is their name? What is that name? We used one mnemonic for that. Can you tell me that mnemonic, what we have used for this organizational manual? We have used this one term as a mnemonic for remembering this organizational manual parts. What is that? Lavanya ma'am, can you tell me that? Praveen sir. That is your poor. Yes, that is your poor. That is your poor. Yes or no? That is your poor, which you can use for remembering this organizational manual. So in your first option, policy, training, financial, no, this is not your answer. Operational, marketing, IT, legal, no. Strategic, any term with S, no. Poor, poor means policy, operations, organization, rules and regulations. If you want to know about the policies, how your organizations are doing, how operational activities they are carrying out, or how they're making rules and regulation, they are using this poor. Okay, so the correct answer is answer C. Poor. Organizational manual is poor. Okay? Policy manual, operational manual, organizational manual, rules and regulations. You can see here 4 sections: policy, operation, organization, rules and regulations. Now, next question, everyone. What does the acronym BARS stand for in the field of human resources and performance management? Now, this is your previous year question. Okay, they ask full form as well in your exam. So tell me, what is the full form of BARS? Now this is your direct question. Bars. We use for performance appraisal. Yes, whether to give promotion or not, whether to give increment or not. Managements are using bars. So bars full form is basic assessment and review system. No. Behaviorally aligned rating scales, behaviorally anchored rating scales, business appraisal and reporting standards. No. I'm giving you, hint. No, your correct answer is not option D. Business appraisal and reporting standards. No. No. This is not the full form. Correct answer is yes. Correct answer is answer C. Behaviorally anchored rating scale. Based on their behaviors, how they're behaving in different situations, you are giving them this ranking. Yes, and finally from that ranking, you will see who is going to be eligible for promotion and for increment. That is your behaviorally anchored rating scale. Correct answer is not your B. Correct answer is answer C. Okay, now here earning per share means what? See, earning per share means EPS full form is your earning per share. Okay, so suppose if I purchase 1 share of Reliance, how much earning I am receiving? So that is what given by EPS, earning per share. Earning per share talks about if you purchase 1 share of that company, how much return, how much earning I am going to receive. Yes, that is your EPS, earning per share. Chandramohan sir, now I hope you got the answer. Okay, now coming to next question, everyone. Yes. Now again, this is quite your case study pattern. We have, we can say this one. So Pluto Bank, a rapidly growing digital first financial institution, prides itself on its work environment. Employees are consistently encouraged to challenge existing processes, propose unconventional solutions, and are often given autonomy to lead experimental projects aimed at developing financial products. CEO praises intelligent failures as learning opportunity, performance evaluations, and individuals' ability to innovate and adapt to rapid market changes. Profitability is important. The primary focus is on staying ahead through continuous invention. You have 4 options now. A. Clan culture. B. Adocracy culture. C. Market culture. D. Hierarchy culture. And this question is from your module A. Yes, that is organizational cultures. So basically we have 4 different cultures. First is your clan culture, adocracy culture, market, and hierarchy. Clan culture means here you are going to use family culture. Yes, you consider everyone as your family. Correct? Here you can say you all are working together. That is your clan culture. The next is your adocracy culture. Means here you are ready for innovations. Yes, you are ready for high risk. Correct? Like startup companies. Market culture based on profitability, based on customers. You are adopting that culture. Hierarchy culture, here you have formal organization. Here you have predefined rules and regulations. So these are the 4 types of organizational culture we have. Now you need to tell me which is the correct answer here. as you read this, you can see there is one bank. Yes. Now in bank, they are rapidly growing what? Digital first financial institution. Okay, they are working and they are getting, appraised that yes, we are the first one who is actually going to bring this digital, working in our bank. Now, if we talk about the employees, they are continuously getting, appraisal. They are continuously getting encouraged. Why they are getting? Because they are giving some new kinds of innovation. Yes, here you can see they are as your CEO. They are appraising if you are bringing some new innovations, if you are giving some new ideas, even though you might see or face lots and lots of risk, but you are appraising that part. Yes, you are ready for high risk. You are welcoming innovative ideas. Correct? So here, which is the correct culture? You can say here, correct culture is your advocacy culture. Okay? Correct culture is your advocacy culture. So yes, correct answer is your advocacy culture. Okay, now what do you think, everyone? See, we have completed around 1 hour. Okay, and we have solved so many questions based on theory, based on numerical. So now, what do you think? How's your preparation going on? Say, after solving this many questions, what what are your thoughts? You are getting confidence, or you are observing that you need to work on your theory part, you need to work on your numerical part? Tell me. Let's do that quick analysis, that what you have observed till now, that you are comfortable with numerical parts, or you can recall your theory part. You need to practice once again. Yes, you know that this is the topic you have read, but you are not able to recall it, or either you are getting the confusion between two options. Yes, or while reading this long paragraph, you are getting doubts whether that is a lengthy question or let's skip it. Tell me. Because this is how we are going to evaluate our performance. Okay, and this is the right time because already you have completed one module. Yes, and we are doing our second module. So please tell me your analysis till now. Tell me, everyone. See, one more thing you can do. Okay, if you are watching this live and if you are thinking that I think might be you are not getting the answers or you are getting confusion between the options. So do one thing, you can like this session. Okay, then this session will be stored in your saved videos. Afterwards, after revising again, that same topic, you can revise with this same, session. So this is the good idea which you can do right now. You can like this session and you can save in your saved videos. Otherwise, again and again, you need to search it. Okay. So, okay, I can see Chandramohan sir is saying need revision and revision. Yes. See, that is the only key through which you can remember your concepts, sir. Yes. So everyone, this is the correct time to do evaluation. How much you have done, whether you can recall it or not. Yes, covering 100% and not remembering anything is of no use. Remember 40% and study only 40%. That will give you good marks in your exam. Yes or no? Chaliye. So now let's continue then. That's really great, Lavanya ma'am. Okay, everyone. So it's for everyone, whether you are joining live or whether you are watching afterwards. This point is for everyone. Make sure you are evaluating your performance during the session. Okay, chaliye. So let's see our next question now. Okay, so you can see here different types of organizational culture we have discussed just now, like clan culture, advocacy culture, culture of the market, and hierarchy culture. So these are the 4 different cultures you can see. Now, coming to next question, everyone. Given for a project, annual cash inflow 1,20,000, useful life 5 years, payback period 3.5 years. Now you need to calculate what is the cost of the project. You have 4 options, everyone. Everyone try to do this one. Let's see how many of you can solve this. Tell me everyone. So here if you see, we have payback period. Yes, we have payback period here. So payback period equal to, what is the formula? Can you tell me? Payback period formula is what? Payback period formula is using your, can anyone tell me? Total investment divided by annual cash outflow. Yes, this is the formula which you need to use. Initial investment divided by total investment divided by annual cash flows. Yes, so in this question, they are giving you payback period this time. Yes, and the cost of the project is what? Cost of the project is nothing but total investment. Yes, cost of the project is nothing but total investment. So this is the missing amount divided by annual cash outflow. So annual cash inflow, that is your, sorry, I have written as outflow. That's my mistake. So this is your inflow, everyone. I'm so sorry. That is your inflow. So that is 1,20,000. So just do the cross multiplication. So total investment equal to 1,20,000. 1,20,000 into 3.5. So what's your answer now? That is 4,20,000. This is your answer. Yes? So it's not always going to be, same. That they will give you direct amount and you need to calculate required thing. They can ask from any pattern. Though you need to calculate payback period method, but this time they're giving this data as a numerator data, your missing amount. So these are the patterns which they can use in exam. Okay, not sure that always they're going to ask what is the payback period, what is your ARR, okay, what is your NPV. If they are giving you the formula, from that formula they can ask from any point. So this is how you can calculate your total investment when they are giving payback period amount. Okay, years. Now payback period means time required to get back your invested amount. Yes or no? This is what payback period talks about. Yes? So here your correct answer is which option? 4,20,000 means correct answer is your option B. 4,20,000. I hope everyone understood how to solve this when your missing data is cost of project. Okay, now coming to next question, everyone. Here your correct answer is answer. That is B. Next question is again your numerical question. Okay, so let's read it. A firm has sales of 10 lakhs, variable cost 7 lakhs and fixed cost 2 lakhs. Debt of 5 lakhs at 10% rate of interest. You need to calculate operating financial combined leverage. In your May 25, they have asked all these three things in your similar shift. in just one, I think in their second shift, they have asked all these three, leverages in just one question. So the chances they can ask the same thing in your attempt also. Okay. So again, for solving leverages, see, leverages means what? With your available amount, with your available funds, how you can maximize your output. है ना? With your available funds, with your available resources, how you can maximize your funds. That is what leverage talks about. So for solving leverage, what is the first thing? What is the first required thing? That is your income statement. Every time you need to prepare your income statement. So let's start with the sales amount. That is 10 lakhs. Subtract variable cost. That is 7 lakhs. And here you can see 3 lakhs as your contribution. Yes. Now from this contribution, we need to subtract fixed cost. That is 2 lakhs. So what is your EBIT? That is your 1 lakh. Now you need to subtract interest. Now, what is the debt amount? See, you calculate debt, interest on debt only. Okay, debt is what? That is your borrowed amount. Debt is your borrowed amount. Yes. So here 5 lakhs is your borrowed amount. Multiply with 10% interest. That is 50%. So what is your earning before tax? 50,000. 50,000 is your earning before tax. Yes. Now let's calculate DOL, DFL and combined leverage. These three things we need to calculate. DOL formula is what? Contribution divided by EBIT. DFL formula is and CL, that is combined leverage, is nothing but DOL into DFL. Okay, I got the answer from Lavanya ma'am. Very good, ma'am. So let's see contribution. That is given as 3 lakhs divided by EBIT, that is 1 lakh. Yes. So first answer for your DOL is equal to 3. Then DFL EBIT is how much? That is 1 lakh. See, EBIT means what? EBIT means earning before interest and tax. Yes. Whereas EBT means earning before tax. Yes, earning before tax. So here EBT is equal to, yes, that is 50,000. So this is your 2. Now if you just multiply 3 into 2, that is 6. So these are your correct answers. 3, 2, 6. 3 for your DOL, DFL 2 and combined leverage is your 6. I hope everyone got this. Yes, in exam they can ask directly this question. Okay, this pattern is very repetitive pattern. Okay everyone, coming to next question now. Again we have one theory question. So now let's read this theory question together and let's find out the answer. So Mr. Raj, a veteran branch manager at Heritage Bank, known not only for his formal position but because junior officers gets inspiration because of his calm behavior, ethical conduct, long-standing reputation in handling both customer grievances and internal team conflicts. Now, many new recruits look up to him, seek his informal advice, and strive to adopt his professional habits, even when he doesn't issue direct orders. Yes. So, question is, I hope everyone read that first paragraph. Yes. Now, the main question is why Mr. Raj undoubtedly possesses legitimate authority by virtue of his position. Which additional type of authority is he primarily demonstrating through the junior officer's admiration and desire to imitate him? You have four options again. Option first, that is your coerciveness. B, rewarding authority. C, expertise. D, referent authority. Tell me. Here you can see Mr. Raj. Yes, in this question they are talking about what type of leadership behavior he's showing. So this question is based from your one of the element given under direct thing, that is leadership. Yes, this is one of the elements of your direct thing, that is leadership. Now under this you have different types of sources of leadership. Number one, they are saying about coerciveness. Coerciveness means because of fear. Hana, because of fear you are listening to that person. That person will punish you. Because of that you are listening to that person. So that is what coerciveness. Now here you can say legitimate authority. Because of position you are listening to that person. Yes, because of that position. Like if you see political parties, why everyone is listening to that higher authority person? Because that person is in that position. That's why everyone is listening to that person. Yes, so that is legitimate. After that you have rewarding authority. Now here you are offering some monetary benefits, like you are saying you will give incentives. Yes, apart from that you are saying you will give appraisal. Yes, some bonus. So through this you are attracting your juniors and they're listening to you. So this is what, this is your rewarding authority. Expertise means because of skill, degree, knowledge, you are listening to that person. Yes or no? And finally, referent authority means here because of that position, because you have faith, because you inspire your subordinates. Yes, your subordinates are following you, that yes, you are their role model. So that is referent. And yes, in this question, Mr. Raj, once he's showing legitimate authority, but when their subordinates, even the newcomers, are following his idea, yes, they are discussing with him. So that is what referent authority. That is referent authority. Correct answer is your yes. Answer D. That is referent authority. Okay, so you can see here we have different sources of authority. Like first is your legitimate authority, then you have coerciveness, then rewarding authority, expertise, and referent authority. Okay, and under this referent authority, you can see person's faith as a leader. Yes, who is held in a high esteem or admiration, often imitation by those who are subordinates. When your junior, subordinates means your juniors, when they are listening to you. Yes, they are seeing you as their role model. So that is your referent authority. And correct answer is answer D. Very good. Now, coming to next question. Risk arises from various sources such as market risk, competition risk, international risk, or D, all of the above. Tell me. Risk means when you are seeing from market, yes, like competitors. In a market, you can see resources are not available, demand and supply is there. Competition means when, like in your bank, yes, you have your competitors. International risk, foreign exchange, export import, US tariff rates, all these affects our, risk. Means all these are covered under risk. So these are the, different sources. So which is the correct answer here? Yes, correct answer is your answer D. All of the above. Yes, all of the above includes your risk factors. Now, coming to next question, that is your, not answer is not C1, answer is your D1. Okay. Now coming to the next one, that is according to the net present value decision rule, a project should generally be accepted if NPV is exactly 0, NPV is positive, NPV is negative, or D, cash inflows equal its initial investment. When you are going to accept your project based on NPV, tell me. So if I talk about NPV formula is sum of, present value of future cash flows minus initial investment. This is the formula. Now here, if your NPV, yes, that is greater than 0, means you are in profit position. Yes, means what? Suppose you invested 5 lakhs. And from that 5 lakhs, suppose if you have earned your future cash flows, present value equal to 6 lakh. So you can say you have earned 1 lakh profit. So at this point of time, you are going to accept it. You are going to accept that project. So when you are going to accept it, when exactly 0? No. When your NPV is positive. So here your this NPV is positive. Yes, NPV negative means what? When your invested amount, let me write first that part. If your present value of future cash flow, suppose that is 7 lakh, and your invested amount, that is equal to 3 lakhs. No, that is equal to suppose 13 lakhs. Yes, so what is the shortfall here? That is 6 lakh. Yes, you have invested 6 lakh and you have earned only 7 lakh. So this is loss. This is negative answer. So here you are going to reject your NPV. Here you are going to reject your NPV. Means that project. Yes, and cash inflow equals into initial investment. That is the situation of your IRR. As per IRR, we are saying NPV is equal to 0, which means your present value of future cash flow needs to be equal to your initial investment. Correct? So this is the actual, interpretation of your NPV. But the correct answer of this question is answer B. Yes, this is your answer. NPV is positive. Okay. Now, coming to next question, everyone. What does the acronym PESTLE stand for in the context of business and environmental analysis? Everyone, please read this and tell me the final answer here. Tell me everyone. PESTLE stands for what? Option A, B, C, D. Yes, very good. So option A says political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental. Yes, that is true. Now let's see what is wrong in your option B. Political, economical, social, target. Okay, target, logistics, and ethics. This is wrong. Political, economic, strategy is not your option. Taxation is not your option. Leadership, employees. These are not the full form. Then last one, political, environmental, systems, technological, law, and ecology. That's why your B, C, and D is not your correct answer. Okay, so the correct answer of this question is your option A. Now, see, in today's session, I have actually given more number of, like lengthy questions. Okay, like what type of scenario based questions you can say, so that you can practice, at least you can understand what exam pattern is all about. Okay, so that's why I'm not giving that many one-liner question, but I have given one-liner also, but I have tried to share more this case study scenario based question. So let's read this now. Urban Financial Services, a leading non-banking financial company. Yes, that is your NBFC. Recently decided to downsize one of its legacy operational departments because of automation. Now, for assisting the affected employees in finding new employment, Urban Financial Services contracted Career Transition Solutions, a specialized firm to provide resume building workshop, interview coaching, and job placement assistance. Now, this support is fully funded by Urban Financial Services for its outgoing staff. Now, the question is, which specific type of recruitment assistance is Urban Financial Servicing offering to its former employees in this scenario? Everyone, please read this and tell me your answer. I'm just joining in 1 minute. Okay, I'm just joining in 1 minute, everyone. Yes, everyone. Okay, so Lavanya ma'am, you're saying A and then D. Okay, Rajeshwari ji is saying B. What about others? Okay, D and anyone who wants to share their answer? Okay, now let's understand first what are the meaning of this. Okay, so there are different types of recruiting. recruiting means what? That is a positive factor when you are appointing, new employees in your organization. So that is a first facet of staffing, correct? Now in that facet of staffing, you can see internal recruiting. Now internal recruiting means what? When you are appointing from your organization only. Yes, from your okay, Lavanya ma'am. I'm so sorry. Okay. D, you are saying. Okay, take it. So, internal recruiting means when you are, giving promotion within organization. Yes, you're not appointing any new employees. You are giving promotion to your existing employees. That is what internal recruiting. Then, retained recruiting means what? Tell me. Retained recruiting means what? Now, under this retained recruiting, suppose here is your Reliance Industry. Yes. Now, Reliance Industry appoints one recruiting firm. They appoints one recruiting firm and they pay upfront fee. Yes or no? They pay upfront fee. That is what? That is your retained recruiting. And contingency recruiting means what? Contingency recruiting. Here again you can say similar points related to your that retained recruiting. But the difference is, in this case, contingency recruiting, here you have Reliance Industry. Reliance Industry will again appoint a recruiting firm. But unless and until recruiting firm, suggested candidates not appointed by Reliance Industry, they are not going to pay any amount. If Reliance Industry appoints that person which is suggested by recruiting firm, then only you are going to say that you are going to pay your fee. So that is your contingency. That is your contingency recruiting. So in this question, they are not talking about this situations. They are not saying that you are promoting your own staff. So that's why internal recruiting is not your answer. They are not saying that urban financial services, they are appointing any new recruiting firm for new employees. So that is why retained recruiting is not your answer. In this situation, they are not saying that you are taking help from recruiting firm and you are not appointing, or you are appointing that person. So let's pay the fees. We are not talking about this. Yes, so your last option is outplacement recruiting. Now see, outplacement recruiting means what? Whenever your organizations, yes, because of layoff, suppose here is your urban financial services, your urban financial services UFS. So because of their layoff in their company, yes, because of layoff in their company, they have removed so many employees. Okay, but at the time of layoff, they are also helping their employees. They're helping their employees. How they're helping their existing those employees which actually removed by them? By appointing some workshops, by preparing them for interviews, by helping them to join a new job. Yes, so when your existing company, if provides you all these benefits during layoff time, then that is outplacement recruiting. That's why your correct answer is answer D. Yes, here your correct answer is answer D. So these are the different types of recruitment. I hope now you understood all your remaining points, why they are not correct and why answer D is your correct option. Okay. Now coming to next question. The situation where a project may have multiple IRRs, that is internal rates of return, typically arises under which of the following conditions? A, when the project has a very long useful life. B, when the initial investment is extremely large. C, when the project generates conventional and consistent cash flows. D, when the project has non-conventional or casual or interruptive cash flows. In today's paid class only, we have completed this as your last topic. Tell me, multiple IRRs, that is IRR means what? Internal rate of return. Yes, that is your IRR. Now in case of IRR, if you are getting multiple answers, yes, if you are getting multiple IRRs, that is because of answer D. When the project has non-conventional, casual, or uninterrupted cash flows, different cash flows, that time you will see multiple IRRs. So correct answer is yes. Correct answer is answer D. Okay. Coming to next question now. A bank grants a loan to a small business for the purchase of new machinery with a repayment period of 4 years. Now, based on the typical classification of term loan periods, how would this loan be categorized? Tell me, bankers, how you're going to classify this? Short-term loan means when your repayment within a year. That is what your short-term loan. Yes. Long-term loan means when your period is from 5 to 10 years. Yes. Now, medium term is what? Medium term means when you're 1 to 5 years, when you're talking about, when you are going to complete your loan between this 1 to 5. We are not talking about demand loan, we are talking about term loan. So tell me now, here when your repayment period, when your repayment time is 4 years, so that will fall under which option? First, second, third. Fourth one you can eliminate, that is your demand loan. So 4 year will fall under between 1 to 5. Yes, so that's why correct answer is answer C. That is medium term loan. That is what? Medium term loan. Okay, everyone. Now coming to your next question. You can read it here as well. Okay, all loans except demand loans are term loans. Generally granted for a short term to long term. Short term lifespan is your within a year. Long term is from 5 to 10 years. And medium term is from 1 to 5 years. Okay, so fourth year will fall between this 1 to 5. That's why your correct answer is answer C. Now, which of the following is the correct formula representing Bloom's expectancy theory of motivation? Bloom's expectancy theory of motivation. Okay, as an individual, what we expect, yes, what we want in our, when we are working somewhere. So as an individual, Bloom's expectancy theory is given by which formula? This is again from your module A. So the correct formula is your answer B. Okay, correct formula given by your answer B. Yes, in exam they are asking this type of questions and this much in-depth study you need to do. So here your correct answer is answer B. So now let's read about it. So according to Bloom, yes, if we talk about V means your valence or your value. So here when you see any individual's place on the opportunities for rewards that are related with specific results, actions in question. Take it. What are the rewards? What are the returns you are going to receive? That is your value. Expectancy means degree to which individual believes that the greater effort they put, it will assist them in achieving the desired effect of activities. The more you are going to do your hard work, the greater or best result you are going to derive. That is what expectancy. What we expect if we, do more hard work, if we become more consistent, then we can achieve greater things. Yes, best things. That is what expectancy. Last is your instrumentality. That is your degree to which individuals have faith. Yes, that yes, whatever we are going to do, that will lead to your desired outcome. That will lead to your desired behavior. So that is what Bloom's expectancy theory of motivation. So this expectancy theory of motivation is your futuristic thing. Okay, not based on your past. These are your future expectancies. So the correct answer is answer B. Now, scenario analysis is considered under scenarios such as, okay, so this is a question, this is a topic which we haven't covered till now in our paid class. So let me tell you, scenario analysis means here you are going to create 3 scenarios and you are going to evaluate by solving numericals. So basically we have 3 scenarios: worst case scenario, base case scenario, best case scenario. Okay, what best can happen with you, what is the worst thing which can happen with you, and what you are going to work. So that is your correct answer for this question is your all of the above. Okay, for the scenario analysis, all of the above is your correct answer. Now, which of the following components contribute to a company's retained profit? Okay, everyone. Now, this question is again from sources of finance. That is, companies' retained profits considered as internal accruals. Retained profits means what? See, suppose this is a Reliance company. Okay, now Reliance company earned profit that is equal to 500 rupees now. Okay, now from this 500 they will distribute some amount, suppose let's say 100 rupees to their shareholders. Now when they're distributing to their shareholders, that is going to be known as dividends. Correct? And remaining 400 they are going to utilize, or they are going to reinvest in their business. Okay, they are going to reinvest in their business. So that is what? That is your retained profit. Now, how you can calculate this retained profit? Let me tell you here. See, for calculation, these arises the cash profits from PAT, that is profit after tax, non-cash profits charged to the profit and loss account in the form of provisions or reserves, and depreciation charged to the profit and loss account. From 3 things you can calculate this retained profits. Yes, correct answer is your answer C. Correct answer is your answer C. Yes. Now coming to next question, everyone. XYZ Limited is evaluating the purchase of new machinery with a depreciable base of 1 lakh and an expected economic life 4 years. The change in earning before taxes, that is 45,000, assuming straight line depreciation 20% tax rate. You need to calculate operating cash flow for XYZ for the year 2021. This is your, I think, last numerical for today's session. So let's solve this. Achha, first we need to calculate depreciation as well. Yes. So let's calculate depreciation first. And for depreciation, you need to use straight line method. So purchase price minus salvage value divided by life, a number of years in which you are going to use that machine. So amount is 1 lakh. Expected life is 4 years. Okay. They are not giving any amount for salvage value. So depreciation amount is 25,000. Now if you see the question, they are saying earning before, this is the earning before depreciation and tax, that which is 45,000. From this, first you need to subtract depreciation, because as per your Income Tax Act, you are eligible for depreciation as deductible amount. Okay? As per your income tax, you need to reduce before paying tax all your expenses, whether that is your cash expense or whether that is your non-cash expense. So here depreciation is equal to 25,000. So what is your earning before tax? That is 20,000. Now you need to pay tax. See, because here we need to calculate cash flow. Yes, cash flow. So now let's deduct the tax rate, that is 20%. So 10% is 2,000, 20% is 4,000. How I calculated this? 20,000 into 20%. Okay, so 16,000 is your earning after tax. But is this your real answer? Is this your real cash flow? The answer is no. Because in depreciation, though we are deducting it, but there is no actual flow. Yes, non-cash expense is this, depreciation. So you need to add back depreciation, which is 25,000. So what is your cash flow? 0, 0, 0, 1, 3 and 4. So correct answer is 41. Yes, correct answer is 41. Okay, everyone. So this is your last question for today's session. But remember, after this, you have your other sessions as well. Okay, so stay tuned because now you have completed only one subject, that is your ABFM. After that, you have your BFM session, ABM session and BRBL session, everyone. So make sure you are watching this session till the end and don't go anywhere because after this, Vishal sir is going to join this session. But remember one thing, if you want to clear in this attempt, then you can start your preparation with us. And for that, you can visit to our Adda 24/7 app. Yes, that is your app, which is our, official app, Adda 247. You can visit to this. First link is your official link. See, after watching this session, you need to analyze your performance. Yes, you need to check whether you are able to solve the questions, whether you are able to understand the concepts, or what is the problem. Hai na? After completion of this session, after solving all 4 subjects, remember, make your analysis list. Okay, like just now I have completed ABFM. Okay, make a quick list. What are the problems you are facing? Theory, numerical, revision, all this you need to make a quick list. Same you need to do with your remaining subjects as well. But remember, if you haven't started your preparation, you can start with us by enrolling in our courses. All courses, JAIIB CAIIB. JAIIB November 25 is your attempt. I'm so sorry, I have clicked on this JAIIB. Your attempt is CAIIB December 25. Now, you can see here you have CAIIB Mahapak, CAIIB Increment Pack, Officers Pro Batch in English. But as a banker, we know you don't have that much time for your self-study, for your revision, for your practice. That's why we always say it's better to go with CAIIB Mahapak 2.0. Because under this, you will receive your conceptual classes, you will receive your revision batches, you will receive your crash course as well. Means again and again, there will no requirement to enroll in your new batches. With the same pack, you can complete your CAIIB. And right now we are providing with the best benefit. Because if you see here, with this coupon code, see, without coupon code, you need to pay around 6,847. But if you use this coupon code, that is Y895, and if you click on apply, you can see here you are receiving up to 82% off. Yes, now you need to pay around 61. Yes, you need to pay around 6162. That's the benefit you are receiving. And apart from this, you are going to receive one more benefit. That is your, triple validity. means 15 months validity you will get. For 15 months, you can use the same Mahapack with updated sessions. Every time we add updated sessions as soon as we are launching. So this is the only key which you can use for your revision, for your practice. So make sure you are starting your preparation today itself, and remember the discount code, that is Y895. Okay, this is the coupon code. Now everyone, you need to stay in this session and you need to join. Now Vishal sir will take over. So all the very best everyone, and make today's day as your fruitful day, as your productive day. Yes, so bye everyone, thank you for joining.
To the ABFM part now. So I'll be covering BFM and ABM. Now I'll be covering BFM, in the evening ABM. So watch both of them. Okay. I'll be covering all the PYQs, previous year questions. So don't miss this, and let's start. What is the primary function of Treasury front office? Focus on the question. Front office. Typically, there are three offices in Treasury: front, mid, and back. Back office, what does it do? All this likha padi, right? Writing down, settlement. Mid office gives the support to the front office, and it does the compliance part also. Front office deals directly, it's a warrior, it's a soldiers on the border. That is the front office. They deal directly with the clients. Okay, they deal directly with the clients, make the deals, make the sales happen, bring the profit to the bank. So, front office. So, what is the primary function? Risk management, dealing, risk taking, MIS, recon, customer service, depository functions. So, what is the main function of this? Yeah. See, many of you will now see, you'll get confused between, I know, you'll get confused between this B and this D. These two you'll get confused, B and D, right? Dealing, risk, because you already know risk management. That is not the job of the front. I have already told you front, mid and back office. Risk management is a part of your mid office, compliance part, all this. MIS recon is a part of your back office. So these two are clear to you, isn't it? Why to talk of the obvious? Dealing, risk taking, and customer service and depository. Out of these two, what is the answer? It is customer service is not given to the dealers. Okay, dealers. See, front office employees are called as dealers. They are so much engrossed, so much bothered by their daily work, buying and selling of bonds. Okay, they are so much bothered that they hardly get any time for these customer service and depository, means demat accounts, demat functions. That is again taken care of by the, this will be taken care of by the back office, this will be taken care of by the mid office. Okay, their main job is dealing and risk taking, because the markets are so volatile. If you see something right now at this price, next moment it can go like anything. So that's why dealing and risk taking. Which of the following is not typically a treasury product? Not. not typically a treasury product. Foreign exchange contracts, government securities, equity shares, and derivatives. Which of them are not the treasury products? Which the treasury should not actually, logically it should not deal in. Okay? But it deals. See, what is the question? Not typically. Typically, what does it mean? It is not a product, but then also treasury deals in it. Like in banking, we have. In our retail banking, what do we have? Mutual fund. Is your product? No. Insurance. Is it your product? No. But you deal in it, isn't it? Same logic over here. So, which is not your product, but then also you deal in it. Equity shares. Equity shares is not the product of treasury. That's a part of capital market. Okay, that's a part of stock market, capital market. Capital market is the real word. Foreign exchange contracts, that is the job of treasury. Government securities, job of treasury. Buying and selling. See, these two are the main, the bread earner for any treasury are these two only. Foreign exchange contracts and government securities. Government means it can be private also now. And this third, derivatives. These three. Okay. Like these government securities, we have private securities also. Private securities are called as debentures. Government securities are called as bonds. So these are the real bread and butter of the treasury. Even now, see, understand this. Even now, equity shares are not the product of treasury, but then also, treasury can suggest you. It can work in equity shares because, of course, it's not a product, but I deal in it. Because I have to earn money. That's my main job, isn't it? A bond with a face value of 1000, a coupon rate of 10%, numerical, coupon rate of 10% and a market value of 1200 has a coupon rate of 10%. Okay. Period of 4 years remaining. So we'll change this a bit. Yield, we'll call it yield of, let's say, 12%. We'll make this 12%. Okay, it's a typo error. So bond with a face value of 1000, yield of 12%, market value of 1200 and coupon rate of 10%. Period is 4 years remaining. So now find the present value of the bond. Bond means government bond. See, this rule is applicable for government bond as well as your private debentures also. Both of them same. Logic remains the same. Okay. So how is the present value of any bond calculated? Kindly remember, in any bond there are 5 elements. 5 very important elements. Which are the 5? Which are the 5 elements? See, I'll write it into 2 parts because this is what I do as a bifurcation. The 2 parts are static and dynamic. Dynamic means we change. Dynamic. Static means which will never change. So what is static in this? Face value. Face value. Face value. Okay. Second one, period. Once a period is confirmed, it will never change. Period of the bond, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. Third, coupon, fixed rate of interest which the bond gives. Coupon means it's like the FD interest which you give. So these 3 are static. They will never ever change. In a given problem, see, understand this. I'm talking from the part of problem. Given numerical, they will never change. Otherwise, they will change. I can give once coupon of 7%. Otherwise, I can give a coupon of 5%. So in a given problem, it will not change. What will change is dynamic. What will change? For this face value, similar we have present value or market value, we call it. Market value. So market price, market value, something. That will change. And market rate. So this I will write it over here because these two are parallels. Market rate. We call this as R. We call this as P. We call this as F. We call this as N. We call this as C. Okay. So F, C and N are always static. P and R are always dynamic, they'll change. And in the opposite direction, if R goes up, P will come down. If R comes down, P will go up. Okay. So now how to find the present value of the bond? Present value of the bond is of two types. It consists of two parts, not two types, it consists of two parts. What is the bond? See, this is a bond. I'll invest today, let's say 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 1 lakh. Let's say the life of the bond is 3 years. Let's keep it simple. 3 years. Okay, 3 years. This is my end. So on maturity, what will I get? End. I have invested 1 lakh. I must get 1 lakh. So your 1 lakh, I'll get it. Plus some interest. See, bond is always giving you interest. Let's say yearly matter. Okay. For simplicity, we'll consider yearly. Generally, bond gives 6 monthly. But for simplicity, we'll consider 1 year. Every year, I'll get some coupon. Coupon is, let's say, given as, see, let's take this example only. Okay. So, let's remove all these figures. I'll remove this 1000 and all these things. Okay. I'll make this directly whatever is given. So, now in this case, face value is 1000. So, I've invested, see what is face value? The amount which I have invested, which I have purchased that bond for. So 1000. That is my face value. Okay. And present value is given as 1200. What does it mean? For getting this bond of 1000, I have to pay 1200. I am paying 200 rupees extra. Why? Because premium. Okay. Premium is extra. Premium. It is a present price, that is 1200. Okay. So this part now, coupon is given as 12. This will what we'll do is we'll change these two figures because it is not matching. The rule is like this. Kindly note. The rule says that if your present value is higher than the face value, if the present value is higher than the face value, then your coupon should be higher than the yield. So yield will keep it as 10% and coupon will make it as 12%. Because that is the basic rule of any bond. If your present value is higher than the face value, definitely your coupon should be higher than this IRR we call it or yield we call it. So now what will I get at the end? At the end I will get 1000 again plus the interest for that year only, because remaining interest I have already got this. So coupon is what? Coupon is given as 12%. So on 1000 I am getting 12% per year. So first year I will get 120, second year I will get 120, third year I will get 1000 plus 120. Principal amount plus my interest. So this is called as redemption amount. Redemption. Okay. So this is called as redemption. Got it? So now, I have to get the present value now. To find out the present value, there are two parts in this. One is of this face value. This is part number 1. And second is of this coupon. This is part number 2. Face values part is like the FD. Means I have kept this amount and I have to get the present value of 1000 rupees after 3 years. So there I will be using the formula of compound interest. So for one part what will I do is, or let's say face value, present value of PV of face value. For that what will I do? Amount which I am getting divided by 1 plus R raised to N. So face value amount what I'll be getting as amount, I'll be getting 1000 rupees at the end. 1000 upon 1 plus R. R is what? Rate of interest. See, this is not coupon. This is yield. Mangai, inflation, what is eating up your income? Raised to N. N. So find this out. F upon 1 plus R raised to N. What is F? 1000. Upon 1 plus R raised to N. What is R? 10%. So 1.1. Directly I'll write it. Raised to N is what? 3 years. Right? What is given? 4 years. Sorry. So 4 years. Let's write this 4. So find this. One more I'll have to mark then. 120. So 3 plus 1, 4. So 1.1 raised to 4, right? 1.1 raised to 4. Raised to 4. Now find the answer for this. What is the answer? 1000 upon 1.1 raised to 4 on the calci into equal to 4 times. Okay? On the calci into equal to 4 times. Do it. Do it everyone. Into equal to 4 times. So what will you get? Let me also try on the calci. Okay? So what do we want? 1000 divided by, what is this? 1.1 raised to 4. So first you'll have to do this 1.1 raised to 4. 1.1 raised to means into equal to 4 times. Okay? 4. So you're getting a final answer. What are you getting? Are you getting 683? 683. Is this your final answer? 683. Check this. Point something. Okay? So, are you getting this? First try this 1.1 raised to 4. Because I'll have to, I always double check it. Why? Because what happens? You don't know. Right? What is, because many a times we make the mistakes in a hurry. In exam also keep the habit. No, here I am getting something else. That's what I said, double check. So, let's do it. 1.1 raised to 4 into equal to. So, it is 1.4641. Let's write this 1.4641. Okay? Yeah, so 1000 divided by this now. Okay? So, this into 1000. Yeah, that is right then. Correct. 683. So 683 is the right answer. Okay. So present value of face value is 683. Now of the annuity. Now this annuity will try on the next page if I am having this. Okay, I am having the space over here. Okay. Or else, one second. Let's bring in one free slide. Okay. Yeah. So this earlier one was face value. Now go for the coupon. For the coupon, what will you do? For coupon it is, see, it's an annuity part now. Coupon is always an annuity because you are getting it regularly. So the formula for that is what? Present value of coupon, PV of coupon. So PV of coupon equals to PVC equals to, what is the formula for present value? Annuity. C into 1 plus R raised to n minus 1 the whole upon R into 1 plus R raised to n. Okay? What is this answer? You have two types of annuities, right? Annuity due and ordinary. So this is ordinary. So what is C? C means the coupon amount. What is the coupon amount? Coupon amount, how much am I getting? 12%. What was the coupon rate? 10%. 10% into 1000. Coupon amount is always on the face value. And always coupon needs to be taken in rupees. It will never be in percentage. Which is given in percentage, you have to convert it to rupees. So it will be rupees. So it will be 10% into 1000. So 100. 100 into, now solve this. 1 plus R. Now this part is common. Just now what we did, 1.1 raised to 4. Same thing. So again it will be 1.1 raised to 4 minus 1 upon R is what? Our rate. What did we do? Coupon, this. This we took something extra, na? Yeah, this we took 12. So this I'll have to change. This I'll have to change. This is 120, right? Because coupon we have taken 12%. So 120, this is 12%. Okay. So this is 1.1, that is same. So 0 point, this is what rate of interest. R is what 10%. So 0.1 into 1.1 raised to 4. This you'll have to find out. Now this 1.1 raised to 4, you have already found out 1.46 something, right? What was it? Just now we did it now. 1.464. So just subtract it. So 1.464 minus 1. So this becomes what? Let's solve this. 120 into 1.464, right? Minus 1. So it is 0.4641 in the numerator upon this again. So 0.1 into this is again 1.4641, right? 1.4641, right? So this is your first step. Now multiply this 0.1 into this. Solve this, everyone. Now calci is required. Do it on the calci. So first solve this. This will be, what is it? 0.1 into 1.4641. So it will be 0.14641, right? So 120 into 0.4641 divided by, get this answer, 0.14641. Now solve this. Get it, everyone. So first find the answer for 120 into this. So 120 into, what is it? 0.4641. 0.4641. So you're getting it as 55.69. So this answer is 55.69 divided by, now this answer, this, that is directly the same, 0.14641. Divide this now. What are you getting? Divided by 0.14641. 380. So you're getting it as 380 point something. Forget the points. Important is only main figure, 380. Check this, everyone. Are you getting this answer 380? Everyone must get this answer 380. Plus or minus something. So now next, what is the present value? Present value just now we told. It is the total of your face value plus your this, what, annuity. So present value will be, PV will be PV. What was the present value of this face value? It was 683, right? 683. So 683 plus, what is this? 380. 380. Now get the answer. Get the answer. 683 plus 380. What are you getting? 1063. 1063. Okay. So this is your present value of the bond. Kindly note one important point. Whenever your coupon value, coupon percent is more than the IRR or yield, your present value will always be greater than the face value. Always. Remember this by. The Treasury bill is a short-term debt instrument issued by RBI, commercial banks, Government of India, public sector banks. So T-bills are issued by whom? RBI, commercial banks, Government of India and public sector undertakings. Who issues the T-bills? Treasury bills. Who issues it? Yeah? Treasury bills are issued by, kindly note, they are issued by RBI. Okay? They are issued by RBI on the behalf of government, obviously. RBI is a banker to the government, isn't it? What are the roles of RBI? Banker to the government, banker to the bank, banks, banker of last resort, right? Supervisory, monetary and credit policy. These are the functions of the bank, isn't it? So they are issued by RBI on the basis of, means on the behalf of government, but issued by RBI. Okay. So next, what does WACC stand for? Basically in finance, WACC here we are saying in finance. What does it stand for? Weighted average cost of capital, working capital allocation calculation, weighted average cash conversion, working asset control cost. What is it? Yes. Yes. It is weighted average cost of capital. Kindly note, what is weighted average? See, cost of capital means what? Cost of capital means, suppose if I am getting some loan from some bank and then starting the business. Let's say I get a loan of 1 crore from some bank and start a business. That bank will give me at around, let's say 9%. So my cost of capital is 9%. At what rate I am getting the capital from someone? Now it can be varying, means from the bank I am getting at 8-9%. Some private party might be giving me at 11%. Isn't it? It varies. So cost of capital, what is weighted average? But weighted average means, see, always remember the concept of weighted average. Weighted average will always have your period multiplied by the loan which you have taken. Period loan multiplication. And latest loans or latest elements will have the higher weightage. Kindly note, in weighted average, latest elements always have the higher weightage. So that is known as weighted average cost of capital. What are the two averages then? One is simple average, second is weighted average. There is third one, that is called as exponential average. That's a separate part. So mainly there are two, simple average and weighted average. Okay. Numerical. A spot rate, current exchange rate for USD Euro is given as 1 USD equals to 0.85. So this is my spot. 1 year interest rate for USD is given as 2%. 1 year interest rate for Euro is given as 1%. Find a forward rate for the same Euro USD. So you have to find out the forward rate. Okay. So what is the formula for this now? Now this is a typical question which was asked in your June 25 also. This. Excuse me. So it was asked in June 25 also. Same question. Only the currencies were changed. It was INR, Rial, Saudi Rial and USD. Remember anyone? Saudi Rial, USD and INR. These were the three currencies given. Same, but question did not change. So the formula for this is, kindly remember, see this. 1, okay, let me first, pen is there. 1 plus C, 1 plus H upon 1 plus F equals to F upon spot S. Now what is this H? What is this F? 1 plus home currency interest rate upon 1 plus foreign currency interest rate equals to forward rate upon spot rate. 1 plus home currency interest rate upon 1 plus forward currency interest rate, foreign currency interest rate. That is equal to forward upon spot. Now what is the home currency over here? Now this you will have to think. Okay, say this. USD is given as 2%, Euro is given as 1%. Now it depends from where are you calculating. It depends on from where are you calculating. Generally, this USD is considered as a foreign currency. Generally. So this will consider it as USD. And this you'll consider as Euro. Okay, for us both are foreign, but let's do it because as the numerical is given, you'll have to answer. So Euro is a home currency and USD is a foreign currency. Now find out then. Now it's simple. So what is it? 1 plus, what is the rate of interest for home currency? Means Euro, 1%. Percent means what? Divided by 100. So it will be 0.01 upon, what is it for foreign currency? Dollar. 1 plus 0.02. So that is equal to what? Forward. What is the forward? We don't know. We have to find out forward. What is the spot? Spot is given 0.85. So now it's just a matter of calculations. Do the calculations now. Everyone try this. 1.01 upon 1.02 equals to F upon 0.85. Try this. Find F. So F equals to, forward rate equals to, so F becomes what? F equals to, find the rate answer for this. Let me also try. These are the fresh problems which we get it. Okay. So 1.01 upon 1.02. So that is equal to what? 0.99. So this is 0.99. So F equals to 0.99 into 0.85. Okay, 0.99 into 0.85, right? So multiply this into 0.85. So it is 0.841. So forward rate equals to 0.841 something. Okay. So 0.84. Are you getting this? Everyone check. Two digits are very important. First two digits. Are you getting it? 0.84. Now what can you say about this? Forward rate is 0.84. Present rate is spot is 0.85. So the currency euro, this currency is in premium or discount? Present currency, present rate is 0.85. Future rate is 0.84. So are you in premium or discount? Means what do you mean by this? See, understand the logic. For buying 1 USD right now, to buy 1 USD, I'll have to give 0.85 euro right now. And in future, for buying 1 USD, I'll have to give 0.84. So I'll have to give less euro. What does it mean? What does it mean? USD has become cheaper. USD is falling down and euro is going up. That's what is the meaning. It's like buying the vegetables. If I buy the vegetable right now and I'm getting, let's say, I have to pay 85 rupees right now for buying one vegetable, and afterwards I have to pay 84 rupees for buying the same vegetable. So that vegetable has become cheaper. Dollar has become cheaper, right? So dollar is falling down in this case. Got it? This is the way you should always find out this forward. This formula is very, very, very important. 1 plus H upon 1 plus F equals to F upon S. Okay? Home currency interest rate upon foreign currency interest rate equals to forward upon spot. Don't miss this formula. Okay? Don't miss the formula at all. Let's move on. The value of the bond is most affected by coupon rate, maturity, expected YTM and all of the above. What is it most affected by? Many of you will answer this, all of the above. Check my yesterday's session. Yesterday's session I took this in details. These two are static, coupon, maturity, period. So C, N and F, static. They don't affect the bond value that much. Present value, P and R, these are dynamic, they will affect. So yield to maturity is R. This is known as R. So this will affect the bond price the most. Always remember, whatever is static, whatever is not changing, will not affect anything that much. Because you know it. What is static means you know it, right? So it will not affect the bond price that much. And whatever is changing will always affect the bond price heavily. Okay? State true or false. Treasury management only involves managing short-term cash flows. Treasury management only involves managing short-term cash flows. Now, many of you will answer it as false, wrong. Treasury management also involves long-term. Here. Agreed, it is false. False. Why? Because only is the wrong word over here. It involves short term also and long term also. But short term is 90% is short term, only 10% is long term. Treasury's main role is short term. But because of this only word, this is wrong. If it would have been mostly involves, treasury management mostly involves, then it would have been true. Okay? Got it, everyone? Clear this concept? Treasury management is mainly concerned with short-term funds, less than 1 year. Foreign exchange risk is a type of credit risk. Foreign exchange. Foreign exchange risk in terms of, let's say, bonds or in terms of forex currencies, it's a type of credit risk. Is it so? Foreign exchange risk is a type of market risk. It is false. It is a market risk, market, which it is not in your hands. Rate of dollar, is it in your hands? Can you control the rate of dollar? No. Right? You can't control the rate of dollar. Treasury bills are long-term debt instruments. T-bills are long-term debt instruments. Are these T-bills? Are these long-term debt instruments? Think. What is the duration of the T-bills? What is the duration of the T-bills? Duration of the T-bills is 91 days, 184 days, and the into 2. Again, 182, sorry. 182 and 364. It's simply the table of 2. 91 into 2 into 2. Okay. So these are short-term instruments. Again, false. These are short-term instruments up to 1 year. Long-term instruments are called as dated securities or government securities. A company's cost of equity is always lower than the cost of debt. Company's cost of equity is always lower than the cost of debt. Is it so? Cost of equity will always be lower than the cost of debt. Is it so? Again, false, false, false. False. True. This is true. Cost of equity will always be lower than the cost of debt. Why? Because equity will give, you don't have to give a fixed rate of interest on this, on equity. The main part is this. In equity, I can't guarantee you any return. You buy my shares, if I'm profitable, you earn. If I'm not, you lose. So there is no fixed binding on equity, isn't it? So the cost of funds for equity will always be lower than the cost of funds for the debt. Diversification helps reduce unsystematic risk. What is an unsystematic risk? Unsystematic. Okay. See, unsystematic risk means related to a company. See, there are two types of risks. One is systematic risk, second is unsystematic risk. Don't confuse this with systemic risk. Systemic is related to the entire banking system going down. Systematic is related to the industry, similar to systemic. See, again, there are two words. Systematic is also there. Systemic is the entire system collapsing, and systematic means only industry collapsing, typical banking industry. So that's why this diversification will help you reduce the unsystematic risk. That is false. It will help you reduce the systematic risk, not the unsystematic. Because unsystematic risk is related to your own company, internal. You can call this true also. Okay, sorry. This is true. True. This is true. Because if I have diversified portfolio, the risk of my internal company is reduced, becoming NPA, isn't it? So this is true. Got it? Kindly note, this is true, not false. Okay? This is true. Diversification will always help you reduce the unsystematic risk. Comparing to international mutual funds, Fund A with an average annual return of 12% and standard deviation of 8%, and Fund B with an average annual return of 15% and standard deviation of 12%. Which fund is better better considering the risk adjusted return? So which fund is better? Now this is something different. This is a typical problem which might be asked. See, they can ask you in name of fund also. This they can change it. They can call it bond. This they can call it debenture. This they can call it equity. Anything can be called. Logic is one instrument and second instrument. There are two instruments, A and B. Okay? We have to compare them. Which instrument is giving better returns? So how will you calculate this? There is a hint given. Calculate Sharpe ratio. What is Sharpe ratio? Sharpe ratio means return minus risk-free rate upon standard deviation. Return minus risk-free rate upon standard deviation. So what is the return over here? A return of 12%. What is the risk-free rate over here? Risk-free means what? Whatever is the standard deviation. That is my risk. Okay? What is my risk? Always look at this. What is my risk? What is my risk-free rate? Risk-free rate is the benchmark. Now this benchmark, have they given any benchmark over here? No benchmark is given. So you take your own benchmark. Let's say what is the average rate? 12 and 15. Let's take the benchmark as 10. We will fix our own benchmark. After all, we have to do just the subtraction. So let's say the benchmark rate, equals to 10%. Now this you can assume. You can assume 12% also. You can assume any rate. So now find out for both of them. Sharpe ratio for both A and B. So find out for A first. A. So return minus risk-free rate. What is return? 12%. So 12% minus risk-free rate 10%. The whole upon, what is it? Standard deviation. What is it? 8%. So solve this. 12 minus 10, 2. 2 upon 8. Okay. So percent means getting cancelled. So 2 upon 8. So it is what? 1/4. So 0.25, 25% you can call it. 25%. Okay, 2 upon 8 means 25%. That is for A. What is it for B? B equals to 15 minus 10. The whole upon. What is the standard deviation but? Oh, standard deviation is huge. 12%. So upon 12. So 15 minus 10 is what? 5 upon 12. Just looking at the returns, you will feel that 15% means huge, but standard deviation is huge. So get the returns. What is it? It is 12 fours of 48, 0.41, right? 12 fours of 48 and 20. So multiply this with 100, 41%. Are you getting this 41%? Right? So who is better performing? The fund with higher Sharpe ratio offers better risk adjusted returns. So who is performing better? This will give you better risk adjusted returns, right? B. So B fund or B bond will be performing better and it will give you better risk adjusted returns. Okay. An Indian company is evaluating a project in UK. The project has been projected at NPV of pound 10 million. The current GBP to INR exchange rate is 100. If the exchange rate changes to 95 in a year, how does this affect the project's NPV? See, understand the question first. This numerical is very simple, but you need to understand the logical part of this first. The numerical is very simple. This Indian company is evaluating a project in UK. So it is planning to go for some project, buy some project or do some project in UK. Okay. The project has an NPV of pound 10 million. What is NPV? NPV means net present value. What is net present value? Okay, you have done this in your JIB earlier, NPV, IRR. Okay, what is net present value? Whatever cash flows you are getting, see, I'll show you over here. This is today, and if I am having a project which will give me, let's say this project is for 5 years. So whatever returns I'll be getting for 5 years, these returns I'll bring it to today. All these returns I'll bring it to today using the discounting factor. Discounting. Two things are there. One is discounting, second is compounding. Whenever I go from present to future, I am doing compounding. Whenever I go from future to present, I am doing discounting. Okay? There are two formulae for discounting. One is for lump sum, second is for annuity. Lump sum and annuity. Okay? Lump sum is basically your same A equals to, or you can call it P equals to A upon whatever amount you will be getting upon 1 plus R raised to N. This is your lump sum formula. Means whatever I will be getting at the end. This part, if I have to bring the present value for today, for this part, I will be using this formula. I have taken a numerical yesterday. Means earlier also I have taken the numericals. In many other videos, I have taken the numericals where I am explaining this. Plus, second type of present value is annuity. Annuity. Okay? Annuity. In annuity, we use this annuity formula. So, it is present value equals to C into 1 plus R raised to N minus 1, the whole upon R into 1 plus R raised to N. It is the ordinary annuity formula. Ordinary annuity formula. This is used for finding the NPV. Okay, these two formulae are used to find the NPV. Okay, in this, so that's a first understanding the concept of NPV is important. Here you will invest, here the money will go. This money is going, and here it is coming. So you'll have to balance these two. Okay, that is basically NPV. Chalo, let's move on then. Question today is not on NPV. Question is, what will be the change in NPV? So NPV is 10 million. Today's value for the entire project is 10 million. At what rate? The rate is given as pound 100, means GBP to INR rate is given as 100. Now the question is, this rate changes to 95. 95. So what will happen? Now imagine. Now many of you will get confused. So imagine a simple logic. Forget this GBP. Okay. Suppose, what do you mean by this rate is 100? It means to buy 1 GBP, okay, I require how many? 100 rupees. Rupees 100. I require rupees 100 to buy 1 GBP. Okay. Now tomorrow what happens? This rate comes down to 95. To buy 1 GBP, then I require 95 rupees. What does this mean? Forget the GBP. Instead of GBP, remember, let's say you require 1 kg of rice. 1 kg of rice. Because commodities are same. Okay, kindly understand, commodities are same everywhere. You call it GBP, dollar, rice, gold, shares, anything is same. Logic remains the same. So 1 kg of rice was earlier for 100 rupees. Now 1 kg of rice is for 95 rupees. So what has happened? The price of the rice has come down. So price of GBP has come down. Simple. Simple, isn't it? So NPV initially is what? 10 million into your present rate, 100. So it is 1 billion. Okay. New NPV is what? 10 million into 95 rupees. So 950. So what does this mean? It means that depreciation of GBP has negatively impacted because my value has come down. So my present value NPV, because I am getting returns from that project. So now I will be getting lesser returns because the GBP value has decreased. negatively impact the project's NPV in INR terms. So it has negatively impacted. Kindly note. Whenever you are getting the money from outside, whenever you are getting the money, keep it very simple. Whenever you are getting the money from outside, get dollar or pounds, whenever you are getting the money from outside, okay, and if the rate falls down, then kindly note you have a negative impact. There is a negative impact. Negative. Okay, it is negative for you. And reverse is also true. If you are importing and then the rate falls down, then it has a positive impact. Okay. Calculate the repurchase pricing of a repo transaction. Means calculating the repurchase pricing of a repo transaction. Now main problem I'll tell you. Immediately when any of the banking students sees this repo transaction rate, the banker first only gets afraid. The mindset becomes, I won't be able to solve this because I don't know anything about repo. I've only heard about repo. RBI gives the money to the banks through repo. That's what I know. That's it. Nothing else I know about repo. But kindly remember, this is repo name is given. The problem is simple as your simple interest. Simple interest problem. It's just a simple interest problem. Any problem on repo is simply a simple interest problem. You approach it in that way. Okay. So, a bank sells government securities worth rupees 50 crores to RBI under a repurchase agreement, okay, for 14 days at a repo rate of 5.5. So, bank is selling the government securities. What is repo? Repo means RBI gives money, rupees to the bank, rupee to the bank. Now, will RBI give it for free? No. Bank will give what? The securities or government securities. Securities I'll write. Because after all, RBI also wants the collateral, right? RBI will not do it for free. So bank will give the collaterals. RBI will give the money. So bank has sold the securities to RBI and got the money. With what condition? 50 crores they have sold and they have got 50 crores over here. With a repurchase agreement of 14 days. So within 14 days, bank has told, I will purchase back these securities. I'll get this back and give you back the money along with the interest. So what will be the repurchase price? So at 5.5%. So RBI has sold it at 5.5. RBI is also a bank. It is the banker of the bank. So RBI has told this bank that, see, I am giving you money, but I want 5.5% per annum interest, per annum, per year. But this is taken for 14 days only. So now, what will be the repurchase price? Repurchase means at what rate you will have to give back to RBI, isn't it? You have got the money now, you will have to give back the money to RBI. So at what rate will you give back? So what have you to do in this case? Very simple. First thing what you have to do is, what do you do first? First find out the interest, isn't it? What is the interest? First find out the interest. How to find out the interest? Interest is simply PNR upon 100. Okay, let me show you. Interest is C. First, what you have to do? There are two parts to it. First, you have to find out the interest. What is the interest for 14 days? So, interest for 14 days. What is the formula for interest? What is the formula for simple interest? Comment section, everyone. Simple interest. We are doing it on simple interest only. It is PNR upon 100, isn't it? PNR upon 100, right? Upon 100. What is P? Original selling price 50 crores. This was the principal. N period 14 days. What is the R? Repo rate 5.5. So do it now, simple. So this is in days. Kindly remember this is in days. You have to focus on this part. So it will be 50 crores. I'll just write 50 now. Okay, 50 into N is what? 14 upon 365. Kindly note this. 14 upon 365 into R. What is R? 5.5. 5.5 upon 100. Just do the calculations. 50 into 14 upon 365 into 5.5 upon 100. Do the calculations, everyone. Do it. What are you getting? Do this, everyone. Everyone give me the answer. It should be, let me see, how many of you are trying? What is the answer for this? Yes. The answer for this is 10 lakh something, isn't it? 10 lakh 54,000. Have you got this? Let me see in the comment section how many of you have got it. Let me see in the comments. 10 lakh 54,000 794.52. 794.52. This is your interest part. After 14 days, see, this interest is for 14 days only. After 14 days, you have to give back to RBI this 50 crores plus this interest. Two things you have to give it back. So what will you give back to RBI? Simple, add these. 50 crores plus 10 lakh 54,794. Add this, give me the answer. So my final figure will be, means what will be the repurchase price? So repurchase price will be repurchase price. So that is equal to, add these two, 50 crores plus 10 lakh 54,794.52. Remember crore zeros. How many zeros are there in crores? Okay, in crore there are 3 plus 2 5 plus 2 7 plus 1 7 zeros and then 50. 50 plus 7 zeros. And then add this 10 lakh 54,000. Okay, so the answer will be 50 crores, then what? 10 lakh 54,794.52. This much amount you will have to pay back to RBI, and this is known as the repurchase price. This is the repurchase price. Basic, it's very simple. That's why I said it has nothing to do with repo. Okay, repo is just a rate. It's a normal simple interest calculation, isn't it? Don't be afraid. Complete BFM is totally based on simple interest and compound interest. Complete calculations. Okay. A commercial bank borrows 100 crore from RBI at a repo rate of 6% for 7 days. How much interest will the commercial bank pay? Now this you'll have to calculate. Now you give me the answer. Very simple. Very, very, very simple. Right? You give me the answer, everyone. Everyone should give me the answer now. Again the same logic, PNR upon 100, interest. So interest equals to PNR upon 100, right? So that is equal to 100 crores, okay? I'll write it crores, okay? Into what? N is what? 7 days. 7 upon 365 into 100. What is that rate? 6%. 6 upon 100. So do it. What is the answer? Get the answer. Get this. Simple one. $100 crores. So again remember how many zeros? 3, 2, 5, 7 zeros after 100. What is the interest you'll have to pay? Interest is coming out to be huge figure, huh? Huge, because it's 100 crores, isn't it? This RBI calculations are always bigger, 100 crores, 200 crores, 1000 crores, like this the calculations are. So what is the answer for this? Let me see in the comment section. It is something 1 crore something, isn't it? Let me see the comment section. 1 crore and 15 lakh 6,000, 15 lakh 6,000 and something 800 is there. 800 something. What is that? 849.32. 849. 849.32. So this much is the interest which the bank will have to pay. Okay, this much will be the interest. Now suppose if I ask you, what will be the repurchase price of RBI? What will be the repurchase price of RBI? Who can give me? Repurchase price equals to. Now who can give me? What will be the repurchase price? Yes, repurchase price of RBI. What will be the repurchase price of RBI? Who can give me the answer? Repurchase price of RBI. Repurchase price of RBI is again the same principal, right? Plus interest, right? Interest. Okay. I think so. It is LE, principal. Principal is a college principal, right? This is principal. So it is 100 crore. 100 crore. I'll just write it crore now because too many zeros are there. Plus this interest. 1.15 CR. Again, I'll write only short. 1.15 CR. So it is what? 101.15 CR. This much will be the repurchase price. RBI will purchase these bonds or repo rates, or RBI will get the money. RBI will sell these repos, okay, to the bank, or government securities it will sell to the bank at this rate, 101.15 CR. So it will get 101.15 CR, okay. What is liquidity risk in bank? What do you mean by liquidity risk in bank? The risk of bank's customers defaulting on their loans. The risk of bank being unable to meet its financial obligations when they become due. The risk of adverse movements in the interest rates. The risk of loss from internal fraud or failed processes. What is this liquidity risk? See, your focus should be on liquidity risk over here. So what is this liquidity risk then? It is liquidity risk is, see, I'll give you one by one. The risk of bank's customers defaulting, okay, on their loans. This is credit risk. This is credit risk. Credit, okay. Bank unable to meet the financial obligations when they become due. Liquidity. Okay. Risk of adverse movements in the interest rate. This is called as interest rate risk, but actually it's market risk. Because all these interest rate risk, price risk, all these finally boil down to market risk. Risk of loss from internal fraud of processes, operations, ops. Okay, so the answer for this is liquidity risk is B. Okay, whenever you have to give the payment, you don't have money. Liquidity. Don't mix this liquidity with liquidation. Kindly understand that two are totally different. Liquidity crisis we always face, all the banks face. Liquidation is different. Liquidation is bankruptcy. You don't have money at all. It is liquidation. Okay. Why is maintaining adequate liquidity crucial for the banks? Crucial. Why is it important for the banks to maintain the liquidity? to increase the market share, to enhance the brand value, to avoid insolvency, to diversify the investments. Yeah, what do you think? Why is it necessary? Increase the market share. For market share, it's totally different. Market share has nothing to do with liquidity, isn't it? Directly. Indirectly, it's there, but directly. To avoid insolvency, isn't it? Insolvency means moving towards bankruptcy. See, whenever you have liquidity crunch, huge liquidity crunch, then you will be having liquidation. Liquidation means bankruptcy. The other name to liquidation is bankruptcy. Okay? So, whenever your liquidity risk becomes too huge, then it becomes liquidation risk. Okay? Next. Which ratio is commonly used to assess the bank's liquidity under Basel III? Which ratio is commonly used? Current ratio, quick ratio, LCR, or debt to equity ratio? Under Basel III, see, typically it's mentioned under Basel III. You want it for Basel III only, nothing else. Basel III. Liquidity. Some of you are typing this current ratio. Some of you are typing this quick ratio. Quick means liquidity ratio. Generally, all of them type this current ratio. The answer is this, LCR. There are two ratios in Basel III, very important ones. LCR and NSFR. Very important ratios. What is LCR? We'll study in the next question. But what is NSFR? NSFR means net stable funding ratio. LCR is liquidity coverage ratio. LCR is for short term, short period. Short means 30 days. 30 days. And this NSFR is generally for 1 year. Generally, okay, 1 year. It is net stable funding ratio. Means whatever is my required stable funding upon whatever I am having as a stable funding. See, it is like this. Required stable funding. I'll write SF now. Required stable funding upon available stable funding. Okay, required stable funding upon available stable funding. This is the method of NSFR. LCR is what? Don't worry, I'll show you now. Next slide is for LCR only. Okay. LCR only, remember, it is for short term, 30 days. NSFR is for long term. So LCR now. The liquidity coverage ratio ensures that banks have sufficient quantity of. Now comes the formula of LCR. So LCR equals to HQLA upon cash withdrawal spellings are big here, for 30 days. Okay, cash withdrawal for 30 days. So what is HQLA now? Now that is, look at the options. The liquidity coverage ratio ensures that the banks have sufficient quantity of high quality liquid assets to cover net cash outflows over 30 days stress period. Low quality liquid assets to maximize the returns. Illiquid assets to support long-term investments. Non-performing assets to be written off. Answer already I gave you. Right? HQLA. For withdrawal of 30 days. Now, two questions will arise in your mind. Number one, why 30 days? Why not 15 days? Why not 45 days? Why not 10 days? Obviously, this question will be there in the mind. So, why 30 days? Because 30 days is the ample time in which some action can be taken. See, what is this for? Firstly, understand, if there is some problem in the bank, all the customers will come running, all of them. For what? Cash withdrawal. Cash, 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 cash. The bank will not have the cash that much. Does any bank have has the cash? No. For that, what should they do? They must have HQLA. What is HQLA then? High quality liquid assets. Name itself, look at this, liquid assets. What do you mean by liquid? Liquid means immediately sellable. What is immediately sellable? If I am having gold, liquid, immediately sellable. I can sell it right now and get the money. But here we are not talking of gold. Here we are talking of what is easily sellable in bonds. Government bonds, best ones. Government bonds are one of the best liquid assets. I can sell it anytime. Whenever I want, I'll sell it. Anybody is ready to purchase it. But of course, government should be stable. If I'll sell Pakistan government's bond, nobody will purchase this. If I sell Indian, Bharatiya stable bond, government bonds, anyone will purchase it. So it depends on government also. So HQLA means mainly government securities. I must have that much government security so that tomorrow if something comes for withdrawal, like heavy situation is there for withdrawal, very stress situation, everyone is coming. So I must be able to give cash immediately. See, what will I do? I'll take this HQLA and sell it to some bank. In that case, that bank will give me cash. So that cash I'll use it. Because what happens in case of stress situations, if the customer is not getting the cash, there is more panic. So that's why this 30 days period is there. You must have that much HQLA. You can immediately sell it to any bank and get cash. Okay. And within those 30 days, RBI will take some action. Some bank will purchase somebody so that the depositor is calmed off. Okay. So HQLA to cover net cash outflows over a period of 30 days. Okay. Got it, everyone? The SLR is the minimum percentage of deposits that a commercial has to maintain, a commercial bank has to maintain in form of. Now this question comes in the minds of many students. Many senior bankers also don't know how SLR is kept and how CRR is kept. Many of the senior bankers also don't know. So what is it? See, kindly note, okay, first you answer. Cash reserves with the central bank, liquid cash, gold and other approved securities, long-term loans and advances, fixed assets. Yes? It is? SLR is always kept in form of liquid cash, gold or approved government securities. Then how is CRR kept? CRR is generally kept in cash, CRR. For CRR, what do? There are two methods. Some banks, I'll tell you, this is the old method, traditional method. Some banks actually take the cash. Suppose if my CRR is, let's say, for example, 5%. And I am having 100 rupees as the cash, NDTL today. So I'll take 5 rupees cash, a note of 5 rupees, and keep it in the locker. Some specific locker will be assigned for RBI. I'll keep it in that locker. Every day, I'll just change and keep it cash. That is old method. New method, open an account for RBI in your branch or bank, whatever, in your bank, and just transfer the money over there, keep it over there. Daily keep on changing, isn't it? As per your NDTL, last day is the NDTL, keep on changing, right? Whatever is the percentage you have to maintain, isn't it? So, SLR is kept in form of liquid cash, gold and other approved securities, whereas CRR is kept in form of generally cash. Okay? Next one. Which of the following would decrease the liquidity in the banking system? Decrease. A decrease in bank rate, a decrease in cash reserve ratio, a decrease in cash, increase in cash reserve ratio, a decrease in SLR. So liquidity, which one will see? Many of you will say that, sir, this is also right. Decrease in bank rate. This is also right. And everything is right. So what should I tick? Because all are important. Bank rate is also important. Cash reserve ratio is also important. The CRR, again, both of same, and SLR is also important. So what will affect me more? Look at the options. Decrease, decrease, decrease. One is only increase, isn't it? So if one is increase, that will be basically this. If I increase the CRR, what will happen? What will happen if I increase the CRR? Think, everyone. What will happen if I increase the CRR? See, what is CRR basically? CRR means the amount of cash or liquidity you have to keep it with the RBI in that account, and you don't get any interest on that. So suppose if I am having 100 rupees and my CRR is now, let's say, 5%. So I'll have to give 5 rupees with RBI. 5 rupees with RBI. Okay. So how much can I give it as a loan then? Loan. How much can I give it as a loan? 95 rupees. So I can earn on 95 rupees by giving the loans. Now if my CRR goes from 5% to 10%, let's say I'm talking hypothetical. So how much will I have to give with RBI? 10 rupees. So how much will I be able to give on loan? 90 rupees. What does this mean? My 5 rupees have reduced. I can't earn on those 5 rupees. I can't earn, isn't it? Simple. So that is the effect of increase in CRR. You get less money to give the loans. So if you have less money to give the loans, it means what? Your liquidity is affected. You don't have money to give loans to the good customers. That is also a problem. Good customers, you don't have money, isn't it? That is the point. Next, the rate at which Reserve Bank of India borrows money from the banks for the short term is known as borrows money. See, RBI is borrowing money, borrows. Repo rate, reverse repo rate, bank rate, MSF, marginal standing facility. What is the rate? Yes, the rate at which RBI borrows. RBI will suck the liquidity from the market for short term. It is. What is repo rate? Repo rate means the rate at which RBI will see repo. RBI and the bank. Okay, banks. Any bank you can call it. Bank. So RBI will give the money, give rupees under repo, and bank will give securities. Securities means government securities generally. Okay. Under repo. Under reverse repo, under reverse repo, yes, RBI again, bank. So bank will give the cash, rupees, and RBI will sell the securities. So RBI borrows, so this is reverse repo. Reverse repo. Again, what is bank rate? Anyone? What is bank rate? What do you mean by bank rate? Let me explain you these two terms, because repo you know, reverse repo you know. What is bank rate and what is MSF? Bank rate means that rate. It's like this personal loan and housing loan. Okay, personal loan and housing loan. Suppose in repo, what does the RBI do? RBI gives money. In bank rate also, RBI gives money to the banks. So RBI will give the money, give rupees to the banks. RBI will give the rupees to the banks. So same as repo, you will say, sir, what is the difference then? Here also rupees giving, here also rupees giving. Look at the difference. This is a home loan. Why? RBI is giving rupees, bank is giving security, mortgage. Right? We give this in home loan. Here what is the bank giving? Nothing. Tan. So here RBI will always just give the money to the bank for urgency, very urgency. Generally it's given overnight. So why is it given? Because the bank faces some crunch. So now logically tell me, bank rate will be higher than repo rate or less than repo rate? Logically, it's like personal loan and home loan. So this is personal loan, this is home loan. So personal loan rate will always be higher than the home loan rate. Same thing over here. Bank rate will always be higher than repo. What is MSF? MSF, marginal standing facility. This is the facility given by RBI. It's a separate window in which the banks can enter into the SLR securities. SLR. Suppose extreme cash crunch is there. This is also gone. Bank needs money. There is no available source. RBI is also not giving this. Or this has been given. Bank rate is given, but exhausted now. Complete exhausted. But still the bank needs money. Some urgent problem. Something, anything can be the problem. So in this case, RBI has told that you can enter or buy from your SLR securities. Limits given 2% and 3%. Under normal situation, you can buy up to 2%. You can go up to 3% also in extreme situations. So that is known as MSF. Okay, where the bank can buy from its SLR securities the cash for a temporary purpose. Okay. Good. If a person sells the future contracts at rupees 100, they agree to sell the underlying asset at that price on expiry. So what do you mean by this? If a person sells a future contract at rupees 100, what do you mean by this? Suppose if some person says that I am selling the future of, let's say, Infosys at rupees 100. So what does it mean? It means that that person is ready to sell Infosys at rupees 100 on the agreed date. Kindly note this, okay? On the agreed date. Expiry means this is the agreed date. See, understand this concept. For many of you, it might be new, isn't it? When I say I am selling some share, future of some share at rupees 100, future. What is future basically? Future means basically it means right. Future means right to sell or right to buy. Right to sell or right to buy. Okay. So if I am selling a future contract at rupees 100, what is this called as? This is called as I am doing the selling part. For selling, it is called as put. This is called as put option. Now mainly this is in this options in future also. You can use this put, call it as put. Whenever I am selling, it's called as put. Whenever I am buying, it's called as call. Okay. That is mainly applicable to options, not for futures. But then also, for simplicity, we'll consider it. Okay. So now, a person is agreeing to sell the futures or has sold the futures at rupees 100 of any share or any company. What does it mean? It means that that person is saying on the expiry means what? Some date, any date it can be. Let's say today is 1st August. Let's say 30th August. Okay. So on 30th August, this person is saying that, see, I will sell this share at rupees 100. I will sell. For that, this person will pay some premium also, because whenever you buy some right, you have to pay some premium also. Okay. Some part extra, some 25% you have to pay. So this person is saying that at 100 rupees, I will sell some contract on 30th August. Simple. Now what happens on that day? On 30th August or expiry, what happens? See the situation. He has told he will be selling it at 100. Okay. So somebody has purchased also. See, this person is selling the future. Sold the future. So somebody has bought the future. Business is simple. Somebody is selling it. Somebody is buying it. So he is the seller. This guy is the seller. If this guy is the seller, Then there is a buyer also. That's why this person can sell, right? So this buyer has purchased this contract, purchased the future. Okay, that buyer has said that okay, I'll buy at 100. Okay, on expiry date. The buyer has said, okay. Now what next? See this, the on expiry the price falls to 60. So price has come down. Let's say at that time this price was 80. The exact price at that time was not given. It's not given. He has agreed to sell it at 100, but present price it's not given. Let's say today is August 1. August 1 the price is 80. Okay, August 1 the price is 80. And on 30th August, he has told, I'll be selling it at rupees 100. Okay. But what happened? On 30th August, the actual price of that contract or that share went to 60. So now what will that person do? This X person, whoever is this person, what will he do? Look at the options. The person buys from the market at 60 and sells the contracted price at the contracted price of 100, making a profit of rupees 40. Okay. Second option, the person sells to the market at 60 and buys at the contracted price of rupees 100, making a profit of rupees 40. The person buys from the market at 60 and sells to at the contracted price of rupees 100, making a loss of 40. The person sells to the market at 60 and buys at the contracted price of rupees 100, making a loss of 40. Now think of this option. What is the correct one? Think of it. Very tricky, very simple but very tricky. You have to think of it. Yes, very tricky and very simple. Think of the option, think of the answer. Imagine you are there. Imagine you are there over here. Okay, you are there. Now what you have to do? You have told that, see, I'll sell this share at 100. Okay, and what happens now? On XYZ date. Now on that XYZ date, you have told, I'll sell it at 100. But on that XYZ date, the share price is 60 only. What will you do? Will you happy or will you be sad? Will you be happy or will you be sad? You will be happy. Why? Because you have told I'll be selling it at 100, but the price is 60. So you are gaining 40 rupees. So what will you do? You will buy from the market at 60. See, price is 60. So what will I do? If I am the trader, I'll immediately buy it from the market at 60. And what have I told? I'll be selling it at 100. And this contract, this future contract is purchased by somebody. Somebody has already agreed to it. So I will be in a profit of 40, but that person will be in a loss of 40. That person will be in the loss of 40. Kindly note this. See, it's basically the two-person game. One person's profit is the other person's loss. So if I am making the profit, the other person will make the loss over here. Okay. So what is the answer for this? The person buys from the market at 60 and sells at the contracted price of 100, making a profit of rupees 40. This is the right answer. Okay. Next. An investor buys a call option to purchase 50 shares of XYZ Limited at 3,000 per share, paying a premium of rupees 50 per share. Present price is 2,900. Price increases. If the share price rises to 3,100, then what are the options? Think of it. See, first understand the question. This is an option market, call option. Call means what? Option, call means what? Right to buy. Okay, right to buy is called as call. And what is put? Right to sell. Earlier problem we had selling. So at that time it was put. This problem we are buying, call. So it is, call is for buying. So what is the problem? Look at it. The investor buys a call option to purchase 50 shares of XYZ at 3,000. So he has said, I'll purchase it at 3,050 shares. But remember, this is a call option. Option means what? Option always gives you the right, but no obligation. No obligation. It is not compulsory for you. Okay? You can say earlier you had told I'll buy at 3,000, but when the market price is there on exact date, at that time you can say I don't want to buy, leave it. That's called as option. Okay? So investor buys the call option to purchase 50 shares of XYZ at 3,000. So he has bought a call option that he'll purchase it at 3,000. Present price is given as 2,900. So right now the price is 2,900. He has told, I will buy it at 3,000 on some XYZ date, whatever that date is. Date is not given. But he has paid a premium of 50 rupees for this call option for saying that I will buy at 3,000. He has paid a premium of 50 rupees per share. Okay. Now what happens? Price increases. If the share price rises to 3,100, pay attention. What did he say? He'll buy at 3,000. So he has purchased a call option of buying at 3,000, but now the market price is 3,100. So what will he do now? Look at the options. The investor exercises the option selling at 3,000 and buying at 3,100, making a profit of 150 per share. Okay, selling at 3,000, buying at 3,100. The investor exercises the option buying at 3,000, selling at 3,100, making a profit of 150. 150. Now you'll always feel confusion over there. Okay, making a profit of 150. So forget it. Let's change this profit. Let's make this 2,950, 3,000. Only I'll make it 50 now. 50, 50. Forget all this. 100. Let's keep this 100. So I'll make this 50 and 50 only. Okay. So the investor exercises the option, buys at 3,000 and selling at 3,100, making a profit of 50 only, 50 per share. The investor exercises the option, buying at 3,000, selling at 3,100, making a loss of 100 per share. The investor exercises the option, selling at 3,000, buying at 3,100 and making a loss of 100. Now what is the correct option over here? Tricky, tricky, tricky. I'll explain you. Mind it, I'll explain you. I'll give you the hint also. This is wrong, this is wrong. You have to choose between first two. Many of you are getting confused over here. Okay, let me get the answer first, then I'll explain you. Let me get the answer first from you. Think, everyone think. Thinking is required. Knowledge bankers are required everywhere right now, isn't it? Bank requires knowledge bankers. Does bank require just cash clearing transfer? Thappa. No, bank requires knowledge bankers. Okay. So now, I'll give you the option. The correct option over, I'll explain you also. The investor exercises the option of buying at 3,000, selling at 3,100 and making a profit of 50 rupees. Let me show you all these things. Okay. So the price was 2,900. Let's take a plain paper. Okay. So present price is what? 2,900 on August 1. Let's say August 1. Price is 2,900. So what did I say? I'll be buying it at, let's say, after 15 days. Let's say 15 days. For example, I say that on 15th, August 15th or 16th. 15th is a holiday. You all will say, 15th is a holiday. I know. 16th, let's say. Okay. On August 16th, I will buy this share at 3,000. Promise to buy. So, call option. Call to buy at 3,000. Okay, I have purchased a call to buy at 3,000. For that, I have paid rupees 50. 50 at the premium means I have paid rupees 50 for this. 50 is gone from my pocket. So this is a promise. This is a promise. See this, promise. Call means what? I am promising for the future. Now let's check on August 16th. Actual. Actual. Now let's look at actual. Actual. On August 16th, what happens? August 16th. The price of that share or that contract goes to 3100. So price is 3100. What did I say? What did I promise? I'll be buying at 3000, but the price is 3100. But I have sold a, see, this contract is sold by me. That option I have purchased, that I will buy, means somebody is there. Kindly note, again I am telling you, in call and put, call option market and forward future market, there are always two parties. Whenever I say I am buying at 3000, somebody is there who's saying I'll be selling at 3000. So understand this concept. It's a two-person game theory. Okay? When I say I am buying at 3000, there is someone on the other side who's saying I am selling at 3000. And he has to sell. I have a right, means option is the right for the buyer, but option is not a right for the seller. Seller has to do it. So now what happens on August 16th? Look at this. Price is 3100. What did I say? I'll buy at 3000. So now I'll say, what will I do? I'll say that, okay, chalo, give me 3000. So I'll buy at 3000. Buy at 3000. And what will I do? Immediately, I know market price is 3100. I'll sell immediately. Buy here, sell there. It's like baraf, oil, ice, baraf ka tukda, right? You just hold this baraf, ice, and keep it. Your hand gets misty or watery. That is known as a trading. Just keep it from here, and your hand gets watery. That is your commission. So here I'll get this commission. Just buy at 3000, sell at 3100 immediately. I am earning how much? Sell at 3100. So I am earning 100 rupees. So you'll say, sir, 100 is, but what is the option? Look at the option. The option given is 50 rupees. How come 50? How come 50? What was this 50? Premium paid, na? Where did this come from? This 50 rupees, it's from my pocket only, na? My pocket 50 rupees are gone. Out of this 100 minus 50. So net how much have I earned? I've earned 50 rupees. Isn't it? I've earned 50 rupees. That's it. That is the option. That is the answer. Okay? That is the answer. So this was an important case study which I wanted to do today. There is one more. Let me see if you can do it. Okay? Company A has $10 million loan with a floating interest rate of LIBOR plus 1%. They are concerned about the rising interest rates and want to swap for a fixed rate. Company B is willing to pay Company A LIBOR plus 1% in exchange for a fixed rate of 4% on the same notional amount. So Company A, say this, Company A is having $10 million loan with a floating interest rate of LIBOR plus 1. Now see this, LIBOR is not there. We are just taking it for example's sake. Now we have ARR, alternative reference rate. LIBOR is gone. Not gone. LIBOR is there for pound. LIBOR still exists, but that is only for pound. For USD, we are using now that FOCR rate of USA. Okay, means every country's rate we are using for that currency. USA for USD, for pound it is this England, for Australia it's Australian dollars, means respective countries. But for example's sake, let's say LIBOR. Now what is the case? Company A has $10 million loan with a floating interest rate of LIBOR plus 1. So 10 million loan is there with a floating rate. Important is not this LIBOR, important is this floating rate. Okay? They are concerned about the rising interest rate. So if the interest rate rises, what happens? If the interest rate goes up, okay, your LIBOR rate will also go up. It means your interest rate will rise. Your interest, you will have to pay more interest. So to hedge against this or to reduce this, the effect of this, suppose if tomorrow this LIBOR goes to 8%, what will you do? Okay? So they are concerned about the rising interest rates and want to swap for a fixed rate. They want to swap for a fixed rate. Now they want to convert this floating to fixed. Company B is willing to pay to company A. Now there is company B, other company, that is ready to pay LIBOR plus 1% in exchange for a fixed rate of 4%. So here there is a company which is saying that 4% I am ready to deal with you. Fixed rate of 4%. So they are considering the exchange rate of 4% on the LIBOR. Okay, at some notional amount, on the same notional amount, whatever that amount is. Agreement. Company A agrees to pay company B a fixed 4% annually on $10 million. So company A is agreeing to pay company B at 4% because the company B is ready for 4%, right? For 2 years. Company B, floating rate payer. See, floating rate payer. This is fixed rate payer. So company A is having the floating rate loan. It wants to convert it to fixed rate. So fixed rate payer becomes company A. Company B has a fixed rate. It wants to convert it to the floating. So this becomes a floating rate payer. Okay? Payer agrees to pay company A LIBOR plus 1 annually on 10 million for 2 years. So look at this. In kindly note, this numerical is of swap, financial swap. Very important, very, very, very important part. Financial swap. Okay? So let's cut story short. Okay? Payment structure. Payments are netted, meaning only the difference between the fixed and the floating interest rate changes. Okay, now this is the case. Who benefits if LIBOR is 2%? If LIBOR is 2%, who will benefit? So LIBOR is 2 means what? Company A, see this, company B is ready to for what? Above 4%, isn't it? Above 4%, fixed rate of 4%. Okay, so who will benefit? So now, look at this, think of this. You all have done these options. Think of it first. Let's discuss this. Think, everyone think. What is the answer? If LIBOR is 2%, what will happen? Company A will pay what is given 10 million, isn't it? What is said? Company A agrees to pay company B a fixed rate of 4% annually at $10. So company A is saying that I will pay 4%, let it be anything. So now LIBOR is 2%. So LIBOR plus 1 is what? See this, LIBOR is 2%. But company A has agreed what? I will pay you 4%. Don't worry. So now let's look at case number 1. Okay? Case number 1, LIBOR is 2%. LIBOR. Okay? 2%. What will happen? How much will company A pay? Company A will pay, company A pays, how much will it pay? $10 million, okay, into 4, it has to pay at 4, because it has agreed. What is agreed over here? Company A agrees to pay company B at a fixed rate of 4% annually. So company A will pay at 4%. So how much will it pay? Multiply this. 10 million into 4%. Okay, 4% it is, na? Percent, yeah. So 4%. So that is equal to, what is this? 4 lakh 40,000? Million. Million means what? 6 zeros, right? 10 lakh is 1 million. So 10 million means 1 crore. 1 crore into 4%. So it is 4 lakh. $4 lakh it will have to pay. 4 lakh. So big figures we can't even imagine. Isn't it? You all guys, can you imagine this? How much will company B pay now? Company B will pay, what did it agree? Company B. What did it agree? Company B, see, problems are easy. Only we get confused. What is this? I don't know. You be very calm. You know this. You keep it in mind. I know this. And then you'll answer it. So, company B is paying what? LIBOR plus 1. So what is LIBOR now? 2. So company B will pay what? 2 plus 1, 3%. Isn't it? Now simple. So 10 million, $10 million into 3% it will pay. 3%. Okay, so that is equal to $3 lakh. So net what is happening? Company A is paying 4 lakh, company B is paying 3 lakh. So who is benefiting? Company B is benefiting. Profit to company B. Profit to B equals to $1 lakh. Simple. Problem is simple, right? Only you have to understand it. Don't get afraid with the problem. Say, now you understood the first case. Now second case is very easy. Second case, look at this. Second case. Again the same. What is the second case? LIBOR is 5%. LIBOR rises to 5%. Okay. So now LIBOR is 5%. Let's do it again. LIBOR is 5%. LIBOR is 5%. Let's see now. So company A will pay what? Company A pay. Same. Company A will not change. It is saying I'll pay at 4%. Fixed. So $4 lakh. Company A will pay 4 lakh. Company B. Company B will pay how much? How much? LIBOR plus 1. LIBOR is 5. So $10 million into 6%, right? 5 plus 1. 5 plus 1. LIBOR plus 1, na? So 6%. So it is 10 million into 6%. Find it. 1 crore into 6. 6 lakh. $6 lakh. So who is benefiting now? Company profit to A. Profit to A. How much? 6 lakh minus 4 lakh. $2 lakh. 2 lakh. This is the profit to company A if the LIBOR rises. So now these were the two cases. One more. Company dash benefits if the interest rate rise above 3%. Above 3%. Think now. If it goes, see, if it goes beyond 3%, what will happen? Suppose if it goes to 4%, let's say. Beyond 3 means, above 3 means 4%. So what will happen? Company A will pay at 4% only, but company B will pay at 4 plus 1, 5. So company A will benefit. Company A will benefit if the interest rate rise above 3%, and company B will benefit if the rates are flat or fall. Right? Just now you saw the two cases, right? So whenever A will benefit when LIBOR is up to 3%. Above 3% LIBOR goes, okay? Sorry, ulta. If LIBOR is up to 2%, 3%, B will benefit. If LIBOR goes beyond 3%.
Hello everyone. Very good evening to all of you. Welcome to the JAIIB CAIIB English Medium channel. So today we will just discuss the important questions of module C and D. As we know that from 2nd of September, your registration is going to be start. So that's why this is very crucial period. I have just done my first batch, that is warrior batch right now. And from 3rd of September, the increment pro batch, officer pro batch, and the next batch, I will take my class from 3rd of September. The timing will be 10 to 11 p.m. So that's why if you are new in this session, do not forget to like and subscribe this channel. Okay. So class, if I talk about your all module, that is A, B, C and D. So module A contain 2x, module B that is 4x, module C total 10x, module D total 9x I have taken. Is that okay? So total 25 acts you have to study in your BRBL subject. So in this session, I'm going to ask you the various types of question that's come in your exam. Okay. Now let's start with the first. This is your paragraph based question. Each paragraph is important. Okay. Now let's start with the session. Any agreement, right, between two or more parties that is enforceable by law is a contract. So guys, this is the definition of contract. So as we know, the definition of contract that we have read in our Indian Contract Act, that if any offer, if it is accepted, offer plus acceptance is equal to, that is promise. In promise, when consideration will come into picture, that is equal to what? Is equal to agreement. Okay. And in agreement, when law will be in force, right? This is equal to call the term contract. So class, this definition you have to understand about the contract. That is important one. Offer, acceptance, promise plus consideration, agreement plus law enforceability is equal to contract, because this definition you have to learn, because in examination point of view, we already know that the Indian Contract Act, that is divided into two parts. Okay, this is your Indian contract. This is, we can say, general principle of contract and special principle of contract. So in general principle of contract, this formula come into picture. Okay, and in special principle of contract, we have to study only the 5 term, that is indemnity, guarantee, bailment, agency and pledge. Okay, so these are the 5 terms in the special principle of contract. Okay, so class, the definition of contract is done. In India, contract is governed by Indian Contract Act 1872. It's okay, which is a statute containing the detailed provision of the various aspects of contract, including the execution and enforcement of the contract. The various provision contained in the act as referred as a section, because we know that in every act class, there are various sections that is involved. Okay, because law book is equal to sections. Okay, if we compare with the law book with the other books, so in other books there are chapters, there are questions, but in Indian contract or in every contract there is a sections. Okay, now section 2H. So guys, you have to remember this section 2H. Section 2H talks about the definition of contract. Okay, yes, so contract, an agreement enforceable by law. It's a very simple definition that is defined in the only single sentence. So what exactly agreement plus enforceable by law? So this is your agreement plus enforceable by law. So what is agreement? So agreement is equal to this formula. Okay, I have explained you in a very detailed form. Is that okay? Now, thus the formation of agreement is necessary when the contract come into existence. Exactly. And see class, in the agreement also there must be the legal agreement. In agreement also class, there must be the legal agreement. Okay. Now class, section 2 clause E. What is section 2 clause E? This defines the agreement as a every promise and every set of promises forming the consideration for each other is a agreement. So class, this is the definition of the term agreement. See, every promise and every set of promises forming the consideration to each other is called agreement. Done. The formation of agreement take place when the offer is made by one party and accepted by another party. So class, one word, that is offer, and the second word is acceptance. Offer, that is made by one party, see, made by one party, acceptance by the other party. Under Indian Contract Act, the offer is also known as proposal. So class, this is proposal. Proposal and offer are each other. Okay. The word acceptance is also there. Is that okay? Proposal. If there is no proposal at all, and if the proposal has been made but not accepted, okay, if the no proposal at all, and if proposal is made but not accepted, an agreement does not come into existence, because for agreement the proposal must be accepted. The Indian contract regulate the various aspects of offer acceptance, such as manner of making offer acceptance when communicated to the offer acceptance get completed, the valid acceptance. It means the valid acceptance. Read the paragraph, class. Read the paragraph. Is that okay? So this is the paragraph is right now not end. We have to study more things. Okay, we have to study more things. Done, class? So this is clear. Now let's move toward the next one. Section 2A. So this is a little bit long, this one. Section 2A. Section 2C. Okay. Section 2C. Section 2A. Done. Done, class? So section 2A defined the proposal by stating, see, this is the exact definition that is defined in your Indian Contract Act, and we can say that this is the exact wordings of your Indian Contract Act. Okay, so it say that when one person signify to another his willingness to do and to abstain from doing anything with a view to obtaining the assent of that such act and abstinence, he is said to make proposal. So class, this is the definition of the term proposal. Okay, so thus offer proposal essentially indicate the person willingness. So basically, if I just talk about your one term to understand the offer, so there must be the final willingness of the person, class. Okay, section 2C denotes any person making proposal as a promiser. It's okay. So who is promiser? The person who make a proposal, that is called promiser. Is that okay? Now, cool. Next, it states that the party may communicate a proposal by doing any act and omission. So act means the positive thing to do and omission means not to do. Is that okay? By which he, she intend to communicate such proposal or which she has effect the communicating it. Section 4 of Indian Contract explain when the communication of proposal is get complete. Okay. So class, the communication of proposal gets complete when opposite party get the knowledge of the offer. That is so simple. It state the communication of proposal. This sentence is very much important, that the communication of proposal gets complete when the proposal comes to the knowledge of person to whom it has made. A very important paragraph this is. Okay, so this is important part. Yes, class, tell me, any doubt? Okay, class, so I hope so that is clear to all of you. Now, again, so this is little bit a long paragraph, but still you will enjoy by reading this paragraph. Indian contract also permit the revocation of offer proposal which has been made by the party. Section 6 describe the proposal may be revoked in the following way: by giving notice, you can revoke the offer; by lapse of time, you can revoke the offer; by failure of the acceptor, you can revoke; by death or insanity, you can revoke. See, class, offer is different from invitation to offer. Offer is what? Different from invitation to offer. So what is invitation to offer? C class. Invitation to offer is basically, suppose if the sale is going on, right? If the sale is going on, 80% sale, 90% sale. So this is exactly what the offer. Okay. So this is different from invitation to offer. Sometime a person may make statement and give some information accepting other to make offer on the basis of such statement. Okay. Now let's do the question class. So I hope so you people understand this paragraph. You can just check it once. That is important. Is that okay? See? Done? Now, let's start with the question. If A goes to, A is a person, right? If A goes to a stationery shop, picks up a pen and place a note of 10 in front of the shopkeeper while pointing to the pen and holding it up in his hand without saying anything, A's conduct may interpret it to mean that A has made and dashed to purchase the pen from the shopkeeper for rupees 10. That is promise, invitation, contract or offer. So I'm just explaining you. The promise is basically offer plus acceptance is equal to promise. Invitation, that is before offer, we always invite. Contract, offer plus acceptance is equal to promise plus agreement plus law enforceability is equal to contract. And offer, as we can see. Yes, class. This is important one. Do not get confused. Offer, invitation, contract, and this. So guys, basically, this is an what? This is an offer, okay? Because a person have given offer, because still he say nothing, but still this is an offer, okay? So this is the right answer. Now, A sent a letter by post to B containing an offer. The communication of such offer shall be completed only when the letter has been received and read by B. What will be the right answer? The offer has not come to the knowledge of B. The letter was illegible. The offer was undesirable. B has no reason to accept the offer. Hanji class, what will be the right answer for this question? Hanji, what will be the right answer for this question? So class, for this one, none of the statement is the right answer. None of the statement is the right answer, because we can see here that why it is so. Because see, section 4, if you see the section 4 talks about the offer when communicated. So guys, offer can be communicated either in express or in oral way, okay? And section 4 also talks about when offer gets complete, okay? When offer gets complete. So this talks about both things, okay? So that's why none of the above will be the right answer for this question. Cool? Next class. A made an offer to B, and before accepting the offer, B finds out that A is clinically proved insane person. What shall happen to the offer? The offer will be renegotiated. A's insanity scare B to accept the offer. The offer will stand revoked and the offer may be passed to the other person. the offer will be renegotiated. The insanity, what? So class, if A is clinically proved insane, so insane means a mad person, so that's why the offer will stand what? Revoked. Okay, because we know that section 10 of the Indian contracts talk about competent to contract. Is that okay? So that's why C will be the right answer for this question. Cool. Next, the display of goods, okay, by the shopkeeper in his shop is what? It is invitation to make an offer, it is a contract, it is a proposal, or it is a sale. Tell me, class. Yes, class. The display of goods by the shopkeeper in his shop is what? An invitation to make an offer, a contract, a proposal, or a sale. So class, here the display in the goods always make an invitation to make an offer. Okay, always remember the formula that I have shown you. Before formula, it means before offer, the invitation to offer come into picture. Okay, so this will be the right answer. Now, according to the passage, when does proposal become promise? When it is made, when it is accepted, when it is declared by Indian contract, or when it is written. When does a proposal become a promise? When does a proposal become a promise? So class, the proposal become promise when it is accepted. That's so simple. Okay, when it is accepted, that's it. Now, what is the significance of statement that all agreement are not necessary contract? I'm just writing a full statement of this paragraph. Okay. Yes, class. All contracts are agreement, but all agreement may or may not be contract. Just you have to read this sentence and tell me the exact one. What is the significance of the statement? All agreements are not necessarily contract. Contracts are always agreement. All agreements are contract. See class, if we see the sentence, all contracts are agreement. So why contracts are agreement? Because if contract is there, so contract comes from the agreement. So that's why all contract are agreement. But all agreement, if I talk about the all agreement, so all agreement includes, that is social agreement. Okay, that is social agreement. Then we can say it's a social one, religious one, social religious agreement. Okay, So social agreement, religious agreement. So this cannot be converted into the contract. No contract come into picture when there will be the social agreement and when there is a religious agreement. Only legal agreement. Only legal agreement will come into picture. Okay, so this is the right answer. Cool, class? So this is the right answer for this question. Done? That's cool. Next. So all agreement or no agreement, some agreements may lack this possibility. This is the right answer. Okay, C will be the right answer for this question. Cool? Next. What is the legal status of agreement not enforceable by law? What is the legal status of agreement that is not enforceable by law? So class, if it is not enforceable by law, then it is called void. Okay, so this is your void agreement. Void agreement. Okay, so void agreement, and if I talk about void contract, so there is a difference between void agreement and void contract. Okay, so void agreement, that is from initial it is void. Okay, and void contract, initially it is valid, but later on it is void. See? Done, class? So this is the right answer. Initially it is valid, but later on it is void. This is called void contract. But in this particular question, the void agreement is asked. Okay, now, according to section 11, who is considered the legally competent to contract? Tell me. Every person who is citizen, every person who is the age of majority, the sound mind, not disqualified by any law, every person who has capacity to perform impossible tasks, and every person who is wealthy class. Tell me, class. Legally competent to contract. So class, according to section 11, right? According to section 11, this will be the right answer for this question. Okay, every person who is age of majority, sound mind, not disqualified by any law. So B is the right answer of this question. Okay, cool. In case of Mohari Bibi versus Dharmodash Ghosh case, what did minor do to secure the borrower's sum? This question is very much important. Okay, suppose X is the minor and this is Y. Minor, this is suppose major, this was the major person, okay, and X is the minor. So in the Mohari baby case, the minor have taken something loan, that is 20,000 rupees from Y, and minor have gave the immovable property as a security. Immovable property as a what? Security. Okay. So class, in Mohari Bibi versus Dharmodas Ghosh case, what did minor do to secure the borrower's sum? Give a mortgage of certain immovable property, paid in cash, sign a promissory note, transfer ownership of a vehicle. So class, in that case, the court also asks whether the Y can take 20,000 rupees from minor and what exactly the contract will be called as. So class, in this question, Mohari Bibi was a Dharmodas Ghosh case. The exact will be the mortgage paid in cash, sign a promissory note, okay, transfer or ownership of a vehicle. The right answer is what Mando to give or this one. A will be the right answer for this question. A will be the right. Okay, this is the right answer. Next. In the context of hiring safe deposit locker, what is the relationship between bank and the customer? Tell me, class. Yes, class. In the context of hiring safe deposit locker, what is the relationship between bank and the customer? Safety locker, the bank is a bailee and the customer is a bailer, because this concept is taken from the term bailment. So bailment is equal to, what is bailment? Bailment is basically when one person delivers the things to the another person for specific purpose, and when the purpose is accomplished, he can take back the goods. Okay, so this is the definition of the term bailment that is given in section 148 of the Indian Contract Act. Okay, 148 of the Indian Contract Act. That's it. Cool. Next. Yeah. What is contract of indemnity, class? What is contract of indemnity? Hanji. What is contract of indemnity? A contract where one party promises to cause harm to the another. A contract by which one party promises to give the other from potential loss. A contract where both parties agree to share losses equally, and the contract solely based on mutual trust. Tell me, class. The exact answer. Contract of indemnity that is given in section 124. हेलो हेलो अजय भैया ऑफिस आए हैं अच्छा, किसी से बोल देंगे चाय भिजवा देगा 79 में, मैं पे करूंगी। हाँ 79. So class, contract of indemnity where one party promises to cause other, the contract by which one party promises to save the other from potential loss, the contract where both parties agree to share contract solely based on mutual trust. Potential loss. Where both party agree, this is not the right answer, this is not the right answer. A contract where one party promises to cause the harm to the other. A contract by which one party promises to save the other from the potential loss. So class, in contract of indemnity, by which one party promises to save the other from the potential loss. So B is the right answer. Okay, B will be the right answer for this question. Okay, B will be the right answer for this question. A contract by which one party promises to save the other from the potential loss. Okay, cool. Next. Because first one, the contract by which one party promises to cause harm to the other. No. Okay. Section 125 of the Act, what damages? Damages means that is compensation. What damages is the promise entitled to recover from indemnifier in a suit related to the promise to indemnify? Tell me. Only direct damages, all damages compelled to pay in any suit related to indemnified matter, damages proportional to the indemnifier's income, damages limited to the amount specified in indemnity contract. Yes, class. Section 125, let's talk about the right of indemnity holder. The formula is CDS, cost, damages, sums. Everything the indemnifier have to pay. Only direct damages, all damages compelled to pay in any suit related to indemnifier, damages proportional to indemnifier incomes, damages limited risk. So guys, all damages, the right answer will be B. Compelled to pay in any suit related to the indemnified matter. Okay, so always remember the person who is protecting the loss. The person who is protecting the loss, that is called what? Promisor. Promisor is indemnifier. And to whom we are promising, that is called indemnity holder. So this is the right answer. Okay, next. In Praful Kumar Mohanty versus Oriental Insurance Company Limited, what did insurance policy require regarding the notice in the event of theft or any criminal act? Notice within 24 hours, notice as soon as insured remember, notice immediately to the police, notice to be given with promptitude. Tell me class, what will be the right answer for this question? In Praful Kumar Mohanty versus Oriental Insurance Company Limited, what did insurance policy require regarding notice in the event of theft or any other criminal act? What did insurance policy require regarding notice in the event of theft or this? Yes, class. In Praful Kumar Mohanty, what did insurance policy require regarding notice in the event of theft and any other notice? Okay, this is the right notice to be given with promptitude. Okay, the quality of acting quickly. Okay, so this will be the right answer because this is the real case. Okay, this is the class real case. Okay, this is the real case, that is Praful Kumar Mohanty versus Oriental Insurance Company. The theft, the bike was theft. So he immediately informed the police, okay, but he not informed to the insurance company, but after 1 month, he just informed to the insurance company, okay. So when Praful Kumar Mohanty versus Oriental Insurance Company, the insurance company in this case, notice to be given with promptitude, okay. So this will be the right answer. (148) the legal definition of bailment derivative sales purpose under the contract. So this is the right answer. This is the definition of the term contract, okay. This is the definition of the term what? Contract, okay. Next, what is the consequence if agreement if agent puts himself in a position where interest duty conflict according to information? Interest and the duty of the agent and the principal is conflicts, then what will happen? Agent is exempt from any consequence. Principal has no recourse against the agent. The contract can be rescinded by the principal and the agent is entitled to the additional compensation. Hanji class. A contract can be rescinded by the principal. Rescinded means that can be end by the principal, because if the agent is doing work under the guidance of the principal, so it should be according to the what? According to the interest of the principal, okay. That's why. Next, how contract for the sale of goods governed? Exclusively by contract, sales of good, contract, both by sales of good and contract, or by Indian Penal Code. Indian Penal Code is basically a law, that is penal, that is punishment. Code, that is codification, okay. Tell me class, how contract for the sale of goods is governed? That is easy. Exclusively by the Sales of Goods Act, exclusively by the Contract Act, both by Sales of Good Act and Contract, and what? So guys, contract of sales of good is always done by this, because we know that from Indian Contract Act, the two act has been removed. The first is Indian Partnership Act, okay, and the second is your SOGA Act, okay, that is Sales of Good Act. Cool. Next, What is implied warranty related to the charge and encumbrance in the contract of sale? Implied warranty. Warranty means you can only replace the goods. Okay. The buyer is responsible for any charge or encumbrance. The goods shall be free from any charge encumbrance in the favor of third party. The seller is responsible for any charge and encumbrance. The charge encumbrance is optional, may be present. Implied warranty related to the charge or encumbrance in the contract of sale. The buyer is responsible for any charge or encumbrance. The goods shall be free from any charge encumbrance in the favor of third party. The seller is responsible for any charge or encumbrance. The charge or encumbrance are optional, may be present. Tell me, class. Yes, class. What is the implied warranty related to charge and encumbrance contract of sale? So the right answer will be this. B is the right answer. The goods shall be free from any charge encumbrance in the favor of any third party. So B is the right answer. Okay, this is the right answer for this question. Done? Next. According to the doctrine of caveat emptor means let the buyer be aware. What is the buyer responsibility while purchasing the goods? Hanji class. Rely slowly on the seller's statement. Keep eyes closed and mind inactive. Be cautious, keep eyes open and examine the goods thoroughly. Blame the seller for any issue with the goods. Hanji class. This is the right answer. Okay. C will be the right answer for this question. Next. What are the rights of unpaid seller against buyer personally as per information provided? Right to demand possession of goods, right to cancel the contract, right to claim damages, the price of goods with interest, repudiate the contract, repudiate that is end of the contract, and right to seize the buyer assets. Unpaid seller rights. So class, the rights of unpaid seller is basically right to claim the damages. Damages means what? Damages means compensation. The price of the goods with interest and the repudiate the contract. So this is the right answer. Cool. Next. How can partnership, okay, will be dissolved? By any partner giving the oral notice, by any partner giving notice in writing to some partners, by any partner giving notice in writing to all other partners, only the mutual agreement of all the partners. Tell me, class. How can partnership at will be dissolved? How can partnership at will be dissolved? Tell me, class. How partnership at will be dissolved. Partnership at will. By any partner giving oral notice, by any partner giving notice in writing to some partners, by any partner giving notice in writing to other partners by mutual agreement of all the partners. So class, the right answer will this one. Because partnership at will, the notice must be there. Okay, so 20, this is the right answer. C will be the right answer. Now, when can a partner make the firm liable for his act? When can a partner make the firm liable by his own act? Only in extraordinary circumstances, if done in the name of the firm and in the ordinary course of business, only if explicitly authorized by other partner, if acts are done in the partner's personal capacity. Tell me, class. When can a partner makes the firm liable for his act? So class, a partner make the firm liable for his act only if it is done in the name of partnership firm and in the ordinary course of business. Because we know that class, if we talk about the this one firm, we know that the partners always do the act in the name of the firm. Okay, they cannot do the act separately because partnership firm have no legal separate entity. That's it. Okay, cool. When the person who has a minor elect to become a partner, what are the right and liabilities? That is very much important. If I talk about the minor now, so this concept is really very much important. This is suppose minor. Suppose if minor elect to become partner and if minor become major, right? That is plus 18. So he have 6 months of time period to declare himself in public notice that whether he want to become a partner and whether he don't want to become a partner. That's it. Okay. So for this one, section 30 talks about this particular line. So the person who have minor elect to become a partner, what are his right and liabilities? When the person who has minor elect to become a partner, what are his right and liabilities? This is not the right answer. This is not the right answer. This is the right answer. Class, B will be the right answer for this question. B is the right answer. What is B? That the right and liabilities as a minor continue, but he become personally liable to third party for the act since he has admitted. Because we know the concept that minor cannot become the partner if he become a partner, right? If he become a partner, then his liability will be start since the date of admission as a partner. Okay, so this is the right answer. Next. Who were the subscriber to the memorandum of association when Solomon incorporated the company? So Solomon versus Solomon is the landmark case class. Yes, class. Solomon, who were subscriber to the memorandum? So subscriber were Solomon. So in this case, class, this is the right answer. In this case, it was held that the company is a separate legal entity. Okay, so this is the right answer. Next. What is the term used for the document that regulate the internal management and the procedure of a company? Memorandum of Association, Certificate of Incorporation, Article of Association, and Partnership Deed Clause. Tell me. Internals management and process of company, that is article of association. Okay, because article of association that talk about the internal management of the company, that can be changed easily as comparison to the memorandum of association. Okay, this is the right answer. Next. According to section 3 of LLP Act, what defined the LLP legal status? It is partnership recognized by Partnership Act. It is a body corporate form and incorporate under LLP Act separate from its partner. It is extensive of the personal identity of partner. It is legal entity form under the Companies Act 2013. So what exactly the right answer for this question? So class, according to this one, so LLP is basically, it is the body corporate form and incorporated under LLP Act and separate from its partner. So this is the right answer. Okay, this is the right answer. Next. How does LLP agreement contribute to the flexibility and adaptability of the partnership structure? It's provide a fixed and unchangeable framework. It's allow for changes only with the approval of registrar. It's allow partners to modify the right and duty. It imposes a rigid restrictions on this one. LLP agreement, because we know that class in LLP agreement is the most important document. So how LLP agreement contribute to the flexibility and adaptability of partnership structure? This one. It's allow partners to modify rights and duties needed. So C will be the right answer for this question. Okay, this is the right answer for this question. Are public sector bank an institution owned and controlled by government considered the public authority under Right to Information Act 2005? Yes, no. Only institution, yes, both banks and institution. What will be the right answer? Are public sector bank, okay, institution owned controlled by government considered as a public authority? So public sector bank institution owned controlled by government considered as the public authority under Right to Information Act. So class, this is absolutely yes. Okay, this is the right answer. If information sought in RTA application concern the life and liberty of person, how quickly it must be provided? Important point. Hanji class. If the information sought in an RTA application concern the life and liberty of a person, how quickly must it be provided? 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, 30 days. So if information sought RTA application concern life and liberty, so it should be within 48 hours. This is the right answer. Which act was amended by IT Act to accommodate the changes in electronic transaction and communication? IPC, Indian Evidence, Bankers Book Evidence Act, Companies Act, Negotiable Instrument and Factories Act. So class, in this one, these acts were amended when IT Act come into picture. So 30A will be the right answer for this question. Okay, next. How many years does the judge have to conclude the trial, including any extended period according to the Prevention of Corruption Act? It is 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. So how many years does judge have to conclude trial, including any extended period according to Prevention of Corruption Act? Conclude the trial, right? Any extended period. So this is 4 years. So this is the right answer for this question. Is that okay? Next. What is the significance of Prevention of Corruption Act in relation to public servant and other in the country? To promote corruption, to discourage legal activities, to curb corruptions among public servant and others, and to legalize the corrupt practices. Tell me, class. What is the significance of this act in relation to any public servant and other in the country? What is the significance of Prevention of Corruption Act in relation to public servant and others in the country? So class, the right answer will be C will be the right answer for this question. Is that okay? C will be the right answer. Next. Now it's called Module C. So Module C, that's contain total 10 act. What is the primary purpose of Reserve Bank Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021? First, to regulate the non-banking financial company. Second, to streamline and efficiently address customer complaint. To oversee digital transaction in the banking sector. To manage the implementation of the Banking Ombudsman Scheme 2006. The primary purpose is to basically to streamline and efficiently address the customer complaint. Okay, so B is the right. To regulate non-banking, no. To oversee the digital transaction, no. To manage the implementation, no. So this is not the right answer. The exact one is this one. Okay, cool. What concept is introduced in clause 6 of the Reserve Bank Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021? Tell me, class. What concept is introduced in clause 6 of this act? Procedure for appointing the ombudsman and deputy ombudsman, CRPC, okay? Physical location of ombudsman offices or customer complaint resolution process. What will be the right answer? So the concept introduced in clause 6 is basically, class, that is CRPC. That is a Centralized Receipt Processing Center. So under this act, class, Chandigarh is the only place where we can say this thing will be done. Okay, so CRPC is the right answer. Now, next one. Where are online complaints registered under the scheme? This is your previous year question. This is your previous year question, guys. Tell me. This is previous year question. Where are online complaints registered under the scheme? Online complaints. So class, the online complaint is basically, it's an online portal. This is the right answer. Okay, this is the online portal. This is the right answer. Next, what is the right of appeal for a regulated entity regarding an award issued for non-furnishing of information under Reserve Bank of India Act? Tell me, class. What is the right of appeal of a regulated entity? Regulated entity includes your bank, NBFC, digital transaction. Regarding award, award is the decision which is given by ombudsman issued for non-furnishing of documents under Reserve Bank. So guys, if regulated entity have not shown the documents, okay, in this case, no appeal is allowed. So A will be the right answer for this question. No appeal is allowed. Under what condition can appellant authority allow an additional period up to 30 days to file appeal? Under what condition can appellant authority allow an additional period up to 30 days to file the appeal, class? Under what condition can the appellant authority allow an additional period of up to 30 days to file the appeal? So, if there is a regulated request and extension, if there is a valid reason, if ombudsman agree to the extension, if appeal involves significant financial dispute. So guys, the answer is very simple. Additional if there is a valid reason. That's it. Okay. Next. What is the purpose of National Board for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise? To regulate the large-scale enterprise, to provide financial support to MSME, to represent trade union globally, to address various segments connected to MSME and formulate policy of their growth. What will be the right answer? What is the purpose of National Board MSME? So guys, the purpose of this board is to basically to address various segments connected to MSME and formulate the policy for their growth. This is the right answer. This is the act of the National Board. Next. Does the SARFAESI apply have a retrospective application? So what is retrospective application? There is a two word. First is retrospective and the second is class your prospective. Retrospective, that is from the back of. Suppose if act is come into picture in 2002, so act will apply in the prior act also. If it is a prior act, this is called retrospective. If it is apply, this is called prospective. Okay, so does SARFAESI apply the retrospective? The answer will be yes, it apply for loans advance. This is the right answer because SARFAESI Act always have a retrospective application. This is very much important. Cool. Next. Who is eligible to exercise the right of enforcement of security under SARFAESI Act? Only creditor, secure creditor, both secure, unsecured, or creditor with a minimum amount 5 lakh. Tell me, class, the right answer. Who is eligible to exercise right of enforcement of security under SARFAESI Act 2002? All creditor, secure creditors, both secured, unsecured, creditor with minimum amount of 5 lakh. So class, always the secured creditor. This is the right answer. Next, what does section 17 of SARFAESI Act allow aggrieved individual to do? Apply for new loan, file a complaint with the police, apply to DRT within 45 days and seek intervention from the government. How does section 17 allow aggrieved individual? Because we know that when SARFAESI Act come into picture, so this act was removed, right? This act was removed. So apply a new loan, file a complaint with the police, apply to DRT within the 45 days of measure, seek intervention from the government. This is not 17 clause 2 that is removed by SARFAESI Act. This is applied to DRT within 45 days, measure taken by this. So guys, borrower can file the case to DRT, right, within 45 days against the secured creditor. Okay, so this is the right answer. Cool. Next, what is the financial deposit required for filing an appeal against DRT orders according to SARFAESI Act? Yes, class. How much percentage? The right answer is, this is the right answer. Cool. Next, what is the role of ARC company? Yes, class. What is the role of ARC company? So ARC company is basically buying this one NPA from the bank and financial institution and attempt to recover the debts. Okay.
So by now you might have gone through the BRBL marathon. So many laws, regulations, right? It's really a difficult part. In fact, full CIB is difficult, isn't it? In the morning I took a BFM, now APM. Everything, CIB is not that easy. All the 4 compulsory as well as the elective, they are really difficult. Okay? This is the last part of your marathon today. After this, over. Okay? So you are free now after this marathon. But don't be in a hurry. I'll be taking very, very important numericals over here. Very important ones. So Let's start. A bank has a loan portfolio to a company A. A bank has a loan portfolio to a company A of rupees 100 lakhs. So loan given to a company is 100 lakhs by some bank. Probability of default for the company A is estimated at 2%. And the loss given default is 40%. Means if I am having the loss, then if the company becomes NPA, then the loss for me as a bank is 40%. So now question, calculate the expected loss for this loan. How will you get the expected loss? If this question comes, this question might come for 1 mark or some additional question joint 2 marks. How to find the expected loss? Does anyone have the formula? Expected loss? Expected loss equals to, I'll write EL only, okay? EL equals to loan amount, loan, into probability of default. So simple, into LGD. So simple. Loan multiplied by probability of default multiplied by LGD. So that is equal to what? What is loan now? Loan is 100 lakhs. 100 lakhs into probability of default is what? 2%. 2% into, what is this? 40%. So calculate it. Calculate it. Kindly don't do it manually, okay? Try it with a calci. Always try it with a calci. Why am I telling you? Why am I telling you? Because don't try it orally. 40 to the 80. Don't do this 80%. Because you will go wrong in this. Whenever you are calculating percent, kindly note this. Whenever you are calculating percent, 100 lakhs into 2 upon 100 into 40 upon 100. See, upon 100 creates a lot of difference. So calculate it now. So 100 gone, 4 to the 8, 80 upon 100. So 80 upon 100, right? This is right now, 80 upon 100. So it is equal to 0.8 lakhs. This is in lakhs now, so it will be in lakhs. So 0.8 lakhs. Kindly don't miss out on the calculations. So what is the expected loss then? 0.8 lakhs. Okay. While doing the calculations, even I myself have done the mistakes over here in doing these calculations. Upon 100 we forget to 10 because we are dealing in percentage. Whenever we deal in percentage, we have to focus on upon 100. Okay. Next. Which of the following is not a primary type of financial risk faced by the banks? Not. Market risk, credit risk, liquidity risk, strategy risk. Financial risk. It should not be the financial risk. What is market risk? Market risk means any risk which is not in your hands. USA attacking somebody, Russia attacking somebody, China attacking somebody, and the oil prices rise. Not in your hands, but your financial loss will be there. Financial risk will be there. So this is the part. So I will just write not a primary type. So I will write it primary type. Credit risk means I give the loan to somebody and that person never pays back. Never pays back. Default. So that is again the primary type. Liquidity. Liquidity risk means, see, liquidity risk just now we did, I think so in BFM also. Yeah, in BFM we did it earlier. So liquidity risk is mainly of 3 types. Kindly note. One is time risk, time. Okay, time risk. Second is call risk, call risk. And third one is funding risk, funding. Remember, although this is not the answer, but you have to remember the concepts. I'm not here to just give you the answers and move on. Answer is simple, strategic risk. Answer is strategic risk. What is strategic risk? Strategic risk means your inability to focus on the long term. Inability to focus on the long term means what? There are many examples. You remember the phone Nokia phone? How many of you remembered Nokia phone? Everyone was having Nokia once in 2006 to 8. Every hand was having Nokia. Where is Nokia today? Do you have a Nokia phone? How many of you have Nokia phone? Just type. Yes. Everyone shifted to Android very fast. So strategic risk. Nokia should have thought of it. Okay. Number one. Some companies are there. Kodak company. You remember the Kodak mobile, not mobile, cameras? Kodak, Konica, Yashica. There were so cameras. Where are they now? Gone, isn't it? Theaters, single run theaters means single screen theaters. Where are they now? Single screen theaters. Gone. Strategic risk. Long term thinking not there. Where the world is changing, you are not changing. If you don't change, you are gone. So that is not a part of your financial risk. This is a long term business risk. This is called as business risk. Okay? A bank faces the possibility of losses arising from the increase in the repo rates by RBI. Increase in the repo rates by RBI. RBI increases the repo rates, and because of this, bank might face the losses in, let's say, its bond portfolio. Because where will bank face the loss if the repo rates increase? Bank will face the loss in mainly bond portfolio. Okay? Of course, in loans also they will face, deposits also, but both will increase simultaneously. If repo rates increase, your deposit rate will also increase, your loan rate will also increase. So both will match each other. But the problem is in the bond rates. Bond rates go in the reverse direction. If my repo goes up, my bond price will go down. It is always in the reverse direction. Okay? So, this is an example of what? Market risk, operational risk, credit risk, reputational risk. It is an example of market risk. Market, because it's not in your hands. RBI should increase the repo rate or not. Is your bank concerned in that? Does RBI ask your bank, should I increase the repo rate? It will not ask. So, whatever is not in your hands, but it affects you, is basically known as market risk, right? So, the answer is market risk. Okay, bank faces the possibility of losses arising from the increase in the repo rates. Let it be increase or decrease. Both the sides you can have the losses. Okay. Which among the following is not a micro level step taken in mitigation of credit risk? So, which among the following is not a micro level step taken in mitigation of credit risk? Not. Pay attention to the question. Not. Okay. Don't get confused. In exam, I'll tell you, many of the students lose almost 6 to 7 marks only by not reading the questions. Read the question properly. Not is asked. Not a micro level step. Improving sanctioning and delivering process. Obtention of collateral security. Monitoring and review of individual proposals, categories of proposals. Periodical review of exposure limits for business or industry. Which of them is not a micro level step? Micro. What is micro? Kindly note, in banking there are 2 levels. Okay, 2 levels. I'll give the clear bifurcation. Micro and macro. Macro. Okay? Micro and macro. Micro means what? Micro means branch level, branch. I am very clear in this, branch. Macro means HO, head office level. At branch level, what do you do to mitigate the risk? Mitigate means reduce. What do you mean by mitigation? See, there are 2-3 words. Okay, one is where is it? Mitigation. So mitigation equals to reduce. Reduction equals to hedge. Hedging. Okay, all are one and the same. Either hedging the risk, mitigation of risk, reducing the risk, one and the same. So at branch level, what do you do for reducing the risk? At branch level, what do we do is, number one, we'll take a collateral. See, I won't write it now. We'll take a collateral. We'll do proper analysis of the loans. We'll do the management analysis. We'll check the persons behind the company. Okay? And legal documentation. All these 3 parts we'll be doing. And regarding macro level, it's at HO level. At HO level, what do we do? We do 2 things. One is diversification, very important. Diversification. You should not give the loans to a single sector. Okay, you should not give a loan to a single sector. Number 1. Number 2. What next? Derivatives. Okay, derivatives are an important part. Covering the risk. So, look at this. Review of exposure limits for the business. So, this is a part of what? This is a part of HO. Will this be done at HO level or will this be done at a branch level? The overall banking portfolio. Will a branch do this? No. So, it is a part of this. So, you want not. This is a part of macro, not micro. Got it? Clear? A bond has a Macaulay duration of 3 years. The current yield to maturity is 6%. We want to estimate the percentage change in the portfolio's value if the yield increases by 50 basis points. Original value of the portfolio is 120 CR. Find a new value. So there are 2-3 questions involved over here. Very important one and very, I would say, lengthy one also. Not that lengthy because Macaulay duration is already given. See, there are 2 durations. One is Macaulay, second is modified. Okay, Macaulay and modified. What is Macaulay duration? Macaulay duration means the duration in which, within the life of that bond, in which the interest rate risk on that bond becomes 0. Interest rate risk on the bond becomes 0. Macaulay. Modified duration means, see, I have taken this many times, that's why I am not writing. Okay. Modified, Macaulay, interest rate risk, interest rate risk equals to 0. Simple meaning. Okay. During that tenure. Modified means, modified is for 1% change in repo. In repo or any benchmark, in repo, percentage change in price of the bond. This is known as modified duration. Price of the bond or the portfolio, whatever it is. So in this case now, Macaulay is already given to you. First you have to find out the modified duration. What is the formula for modified duration? Everyone. Modified duration equals to mod equals to Macaulay, Mac upon 1 plus R. Mac upon 1 plus R. Okay, Mac upon 1 plus R. What is Macaulay given? 3 years. 1 plus R. R is what? 6%. So it's equal to 3 upon 1 plus 0.06, 6%. Okay. So it is 3 upon 1.06. That is equal to, find this everyone. Find the answer. 3 upon 1.06 is, and this will be in percentage. Everyone do it using the calci. Yes, it is in percentage. 3 upon 1.06, right? So 2.83, correct? So it is 2.83. Got it, everyone? 2.83. But this is in percentage. Percentage. What does it mean? It means that if my repo rises by 1%, the price of my portfolio or bond will fall by 2.83%. Will fall. In earlier numerical, I think so I shown you. So repo goes up, price of the bond will come down. Okay. So now what is given? What is given? We want to estimate the percentage change in the portfolio's value if the yield rises by 0.5 basis points. So now understand this. If repo rises by 1%, repo rises by 1%, my price will fall down by 2.83%, right? 2.83? Yeah, 2.83%. So if my repo now rises by only, let's say 0.5, so this rises by 0.5. So again, this will also change, right? So 0.5 into 2.83 upon 1. 0.5 into 2.83 upon 1. Do it, everyone. 0.5 into 2.83 upon 1. 2.83 into 0.5. What are you getting? 1.41? Are you getting 1.41, everyone? Are you getting 1.41? So this will change to, price will change, fall down by 1.41%. So first question which is asked is this only. If my yield changes by 0.5 basis points or 50 basis points, 0.5%, then percentage change in the portfolio will be 1.41%. But you are having one more question in this. See, there are two questions involved in this. One is this and second is find a new value. So now what is the new value? See, now this calculation is very simple. I'll show it over here. Okay. What was the earlier value? 120. Let's forget this crore now. Now this 120 will fall down by 1.41%. So that into 1.41%. Find this. Find the answer. 120 into 1.41%. Everyone. Okay. Remember, don't forget this percent. 120 upon 100. Upon 100 you should never forget. So 1.698. So roughly you can take it 1.70. Isn't it? What are you getting? 1.70. So it will fall 1.70. This is what? Crores. Because this was in crores. So this is in crores. 1.70 crores. Got it, everyone? So the value of my portfolio will fall down by 1.70. But what am I asked? Find the new value. So I have to get a new value. So new value will be 120 minus 1.70. Okay, so that is equal to 120 minus 1.70. So 119, 118.3. Yeah, 118.30 CR. This is the value of your new portfolio. So these are the two answers. These are the two answers, everyone. Got it? These are the two answers. Clear? ABC Bank reported the following data for the last financial quarter. So this is the data. Interest income 2400 CR, interest expense 1800 CR, total assets 50,000 CR, shareholders funds 5,000 CR, total liabilities 45,000 CR. The bank aims to stabilize its profitability metrics by focusing on NII and NIM and economic equity ratio. So bank wants to focus on these three ratios. So now let's look at the question. Firstly, note what is given. Okay, interest income is given, interest expense is given. Okay, then total assets are given. These assets become the part of the balance sheet. Okay, income and expense become the part of the P&L. Shareholders funds, this becomes a part of your capital. Okay. Total liabilities, again this becomes a part of your balance sheets. So you have to first bifurcate them within your mind. Which comes under P&L, which comes under balance sheet, which comes under cash flow if any. Okay. So now the bank is aiming at these three ratios. So let's start. What is the NII for the bank, for the ABC bank? Now find this NII. Firstly, you tell me, okay, first you try this. What is the NII for this, for the bank? What is the meaning of NII? What is the meaning of NII? NII means, kindly note, look at this. NII means income, interest earned, whatever I am earning from all my assets. See, interest earning, okay, I will bifurcate 2-3 points. Interest income in banks. Interest income in banks is from two types, two sides. One is loans, always remember, one is loans and second is investments. Suppose if I have made some investment in bonds, okay, so my interest income will be in loans as well as in the from the investments. That bonds will also give me some returns, coupon, so that I learn. Similarly, interest expense in bank, again it's from two types. One is liabilities, deposits, and second is bonds issued or any liability which you have issued. Okay, either it is from this liabilities, means your deposits. Liabilities means what? Your all CASA FD. Okay, plus any bond issued. So basically your income will go, your expenses will go in these two elements. Now in this problem, if you check this problem, what is given? Is there any investment given? Only it's given interest income. Now you can combine it from anywhere. You can combine it from both these two. It can be from loans also, it can be from investments also. You don't know. Similarly, interest expense, it can be in liabilities also, it can be in bonds also. You don't know. You don't have to bother about it in this problem. In other problems, you'll have to bother. So, interest income, interest expense. So, what is your NII basically? NII means NII equals to your income, interest income minus interest expense. That's it, simple. Interest income minus interest expense. So what is my income now? Interest income. Interest income is 2400. What is my expense? 1800. So what will be my NII? 2400 minus 1800. 600 CR. Okay? 600 CR. Simple. Bank is focusing on what? NII, NIM and economic equity ratio. So NII done. Right? Everyone clear with NII? You have to clearly understand the concept of NII. NII means basically your income, interest income minus your interest expenses. That's it. Okay? Move on to the next one. Now next one we have to find out is NIM. Next one is NIM. So, what is the net interest margin for the banks? Now, what is NIM now? What do you mean by NIM? NIM is basically, yes, let me get it from you first. What is NIM? NIM is basically your NII, net interest margin, divided by, yes, it is divided by divided by assets. Okay. NIM equals to NII upon assets. Now, there is one catch in this, I'll tell you. NIM equals to NII upon, the actual word over here is yielding assets, but we take all the assets, yielding assets. Okay, the actual word is yielding assets. Okay, what do you mean by yielding assets? That is a catch. Yielding assets means those assets which are giving you income. Which are giving you income. Suppose if I am having some NPA in this, let's look at this case only. Total assets are given. Assets means loans basically. Let's consider them loans. There can be investments also. Let's consider them loans because nothing is given. So, if I am having this total assets of 50,000, now if out of this 50,000, 10,000 are NPA, then my yielding assets are only 40,000. If it is given like that in the problem. That's why check in the problem what is given. Okay. So here nothing is given about NPA. So directly take whatever is given as a yielding assets. So 50,000. So NII upon 50,000. So that is equal to 600 upon 50,000. Right. Now multiply this with per 100 because you want it percentage. So solve this now. Solve it. Obviously, see this 2 zeros gone, 600 and 500, right? 600 upon 500. So what? 5 ones are and 2s are 1.2%, isn't it? So your NIM becomes 1.2%, net interest margin. What do these two things give you, NII and NIM? Kindly remember, NII and NIM give you how stable the bank is in income. Very important ratio for the bank. If your NIM is missing and if your NII is missing, it means you are going down somewhere. Okay? So, very important ratio over here. NIM and NII. Now, third one. Third one is what? Economic. What do we want? The third one? Economic equity ratio. Bank is focusing on economic equity ratio. Okay. So what is economic equity ratio now? Let's look at it. So let's solve this. So 2 is done. What is the economic equity ratio for the ABC Bank? Economic equity ratio, that is equal to, see, EER, I'll write it short form. EER equals to shareholders funds. See, here the question comes, shareholders funds means what are the funds of how much shareholders have invested in you. So shareholders funds, okay, shareholders funds upon again assets, complete assets. Okay. So shareholders funds upon the assets, total assets. So here we take total assets, not the yielding assets. Even if it is NPA, you consider that because after all it's a loan given by you. So now what is the formula? What is the answer for this? Shareholders funds. So it is what? 5,000 CR upon what are my assets? 50,000 CR. So it is 10% into 100, isn't it? Do this everyone. 0, 1, 0, 1. So it is 10%. C is the answer, isn't it? C is the answer. Got it, everyone? Economic equity ratio. This is very important ratio. We generally tend to forget this ratio. Okay? Economic equity ratio is an important ratio which we tend to forget. Shareholders funds upon total assets. Okay? Which of the following financial statements provides a snapshot of company's financial position at a specific point of time? Very important and very basic question. Which statement will provide the financial position at a specific point of time. Specific point. Income statement, cash flow, statement of changes in equity and balance sheet. Let me see. Snapshot of company at a specific point, at one point. I want this as of today. What is the answer? Yes? Think over it, everyone. What is the answer? The answer is yes. As of today. Kindly note few points. Balance sheet is always, many of you might be knowing this, balance sheet is always as on, right? As on today, as on 31st March. So as on today, whatever has been there previous 100 years, I don't know. Okay? P&L, or you call it income statement. That is always for a period. For let's say one period which we take generally is 1 year. For the year. Okay? All these changes. See, wherever you see any changes, flow, these are all for the year. Income, cash flow, statement, these are all for the period. Now, year is one thing which we take. It can be, if I am a big company, it can be for quarter also. It can be for month also. Isn't it? I can put it for day also, depending on my business. Isn't it? Got it? So, as on is always balance sheet. Got it, everyone? Clear this point? The income statement is also known as statement of financial position, P&L statement, statement of cash flows, none of the above. So, income statement, what is it known as? Other name to income statement. Let me see. Yeah, it is also known as, what is it? Yes. It is also known as P&L, okay? Profit and loss. Profit and loss statement, okay? Cash flow statement is different. See, kindly note, there are 4 main statements, in fact 3 main statements, which form the part of the financial statements. Balance sheet, P&L, or sometimes we call it income statement. And last one is cash flow statement. Okay. Now, these are the 3 main statements, but MCA means Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It requires a 4th statement also. Now, that fourth statement is known as funds flow. Okay. Now, what is the difference between this cash flow and funds flow? Understand, many of us confuse this part. We feel cash flow, funds flow is one. No, they are different. Cash flow will give you the flow of cash, only cash. How much cash came in, how much cash went out. Cashier. What does the cashier do in the bank? In the morning he comes, buys from that, from this vault, right? Then does the daily cash transactions and again sells it back to the vault, right? So cash flow, does he think change in assets, nothing? Simply cash in, cash out, simple. Cash flow. Funds flow means what? Funds flow statement gives you the change in the position of the assets and various terms. If my current assets have reduced, why have they reduced? Where have they gone? That will be told by the funds flow statement. It is not a compulsory statement for, as per the main legal terms, but MCA requires it. Funds flow is also important, one of the important statements actually, but not a compulsory one. Bankers can also prepare this funds flow statement. It's very easy. Preparing the funds flow statement is very easy. Just take the initial position for, let's say, March 23 end and March 24 end. Just compare this current assets. How many were over here? How many were over here? In this, what has gone? Suppose if these were 10 and these were 20. So how have they increased 20? In the full year, per month, check Where have they increased? So that it has gone to 20. Somewhere it might have gone to 20, isn't it? Month by month, or somewhere in between, or something has decreased. You have to check why is it decreased. That is prepared by funds flow, and this can be done by the banker also. If the funds flow statement is not provided by the customer, you have to prepare it. Kindly note. But you can't prepare cash flow, because cash flow is a cash. You can't have the customer's cash, isn't it? So that is the point. Which financial ratio measures company's ability to meet the short-term obligation, short-term debt to equity, ROE, current ratio, and gross profit margin? Short-term. It's a part of the ratio analysis also. What is that ratio called as? It's a part of the ratio analysis. Yeah? Okay, let me show you. See this. The answer is, obviously, I'll give the answer first. The answer is current ratio. Okay, current asset upon current liabilities. I told you it's a part of ratio analysis. In ratio analysis, kindly remember, there are mainly three types of ratios. There are two types of ratio analysis. One is traditional, second is functional. Nowadays, we follow functional ratio analysis, functional. So, ratio analysis has three types of ratios, three types. Okay? Profitability, second is turnover, last one is solvency. These are the three types of main ratios, bifurcation. Profitability has 5 ratios. You can add many as such, mainly they have 5. You can add if you want, you can go on adding 100. Okay? Turnover has again 3 plus 2, 5 main ratios, 5. Okay? And then solvency has 2 plus 2, 2 main ratios, 2. Short-term solvency and long-term solvency. Okay? This I will take it separately. Okay? In the ratio analysis, I have taken it separately as a video also, I have taken it. These 5 ratios are gross profit margin, net profit margin, PE ratio, EPS, and overall profitability. I won't write it now. These are the 5 ones. You can pause the video and read this, listen to this again. Okay? Gross, net, PE, EPS, and overall profitability. Turnover ratios, these are of 3 types. In fact, 5 types, but 3 are main. Debtor turnover, inventory turnover, debtor period, creditor period, and creditor turnover. So these are the 5. If you know debtor turnover and debtor period well, creditor turnover and creditor period is easy. They are copycat of each other. So that's why I said 3 are main. Inventory turnover, debtor turnover, and debtor period. Okay. Last one is the solvency. Solvency are of 2 types. Short-term solvency, long-term solvency. Here comes this current ratio. Short-term solvency is current ratio. Short-term solvency has 2 types of ratios, current and liquid. Some banks take DSCR also as a short-term solvency. But actually speaking, current and liquid are the 2 main short-term solvency ratios. And long-term solvency, debt equity and FA ratio, fixed asset. So these all you should learn by heart this. Okay. That's why more on this will be taught in the paid classes. You can come join this. Okay. The new batches are just starting. Join this. I'll tell you. At the end, I'll tell you. Okay. So current ratio is the answer. This type of analysis examines the financial statements by expressing each line item as a percentage of the base figure within the same accounting period. So which gives you accounting period, same accounting period, base figure. You will check the base figure over here. In which one of them will you check the base figure? So you'll check the base figure in horizontal analysis, trend analysis, vertical analysis, ratio analysis. Now think over it. You are comparing it with something. Now even if you don't know the answer, imagine you don't know any of these answers. But logically think. You are comparing with something and then you are searching whether something has gone up or something has gone down. So what is that? This method called as comparing with it. Trend, isn't it? You're comparing trend over here. Trend analysis, isn't it? So trend analysis, got it? A high debt equity ratio generally indicates high debt, high debt. What is the high debt equity means what? See, debt equity means external debt, loans which I have taken, term loans plus bonds. Again, high term loans and bonds which I have taken, right? Term loans plus bonds issued, bonds issued, kindly note, not the bonds which I have purchased, bonds issued upon my equity, own capital. Now, equity means own capital, okay? Equity, or you can call it tier 1 capital. That's a simple word, T1 capital, okay? So, this will prove what? Suppose if my debt equity ratio is high, so term loans are high and equity is less. So, it means what? Higher liquidity, lower financial risk, higher financial risk, increased profitability. Yes? Higher financial risk, right? What is the primary objective of credit delivery by banks? What is the objective? Why are we focusing so much on credit delivery? Maximizing the profits of the bank, providing financial services to the customer, mitigating the credit risk associated with lending operations, minimizing the loan applications. What is the primary goal? Yes? Which is the primary goal over here? It is? Think. What is the primary goal? Simple, isn't it? What did I say? What is your credit delivery? Sanction to disbursement. Right? Sanction to disbursement. This is known as credit delivery. This, I'll just write CD now, credit delivery. What do you include in this? You include all the documents, legal documents, stamp papers, collateral, charge creation, all these are the parts of this. Okay? Various charge creation, we take the mortgages, we take the promissory notes, we take the loan agreements, all these. This is the part of credit delivery, legal documentation. Got it? The 5 C's of credit analysis are character, capacity, capital, conditions, and. This is very basic. You need to answer this. This is very basic. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Cost, credit, collateral, currency. Which is the 5th C? Fast. Which is the 5th C? The 5th C is collateral. These 5 C's are the basics of any credit loan, any credit analysis also. Basically, you have to look at only these 5 things whenever you are giving a loan to any individual or even a company. Character of that company, financial character. Character doesn't mean personal character. That person might have married 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. That's not your concern. You have to check only whether this person has repaid the loans correctly, what is the CIBIL score, right? So CIBIL score and whatever are the financial details. We are not concerned with any other thing in the life of that customer, right? So next, so character, capacity, whether that customer has the capacity to repay the loans. That's also important, right? How will you know the capacity? Kindly note, CIBIL score. Here in character you get the CIBIL score, financial character. That does not give you the exact picture. CIBIL score gives you the past. It doesn't give you the present and the future. if that person's CIBIL score is very good, but that person has left the job now. So financials are required, isn't it? Capacity. Capital, what is the amount that customer is having of his own? Conditions, what is the present condition of that customer as well as the economic condition? And this last one is collateral, obviously. Collateral is very much important, right? Without collateral, if you give the unsecured loans, you are at a risk. Definitely at a high risk. Next. Read this. What is the primary characteristic of straight through processing in loan processing? So, what is the characteristic? What do you mean by this STP? I told you I'll be explaining you when the topic comes. So, now I'll explain you what is STP. From this definition itself, from these given options, you'll understand the meaning. Requiring manual intervention at each stage of the loan life cycle. Requiring manual intervention. Requiring. Utilizing a hybrid approach, combining manual and automated processes. Hybrid means manual and automated, both combined. Automating the entire loan life cycle from application to disbursement without manual intervention. Automating completely without manual intervention. Focusing solely on automating the loan application stage. So only automating the loan application. So what is the main characteristic, primary characteristic, or what is the main purpose of STP? STP means basically this option number C. Entire loan application life cycle from application to disbursement. Okay. So what is that called as? Can anyone give me the answer? What is this process called as? Very important. That is called as loan origination. Loan origination. Origination. That is called as loan origination. Loan origination means starting from your application to your disbursement. All the stages covered are under loan origination. What are the stages? Application, then visits, then collateral, then analysis, then sanction, then disbursement, charge creation, all these are under loan origination. Once the origination is over, there is one more stage remaining. That's called as control and monitoring. Okay, control and monitoring. That does not come under origination. That will not come under origination. Got it? Clear? Everyone clear this concept? Which of the following is a key benefit of implementing STP in loan processing? Key benefit. Why should I implement STP in banking? Read. Everyone read this. Why should I implement STP in banking? Yeah. Look at the options. Increased reliance on human decision making, slower transaction processing times, reduced processing cost and increased efficiency, decreased customer satisfaction due to lack of human interaction. So the answer will be very simple. STP means everything is online. Okay, every full loan origination process is online. So reduced processing time and increased efficiency. Many of the students, many of the bankers say that if STP is implemented, then jobs will not exist, isn't it? Loan application, okay, application, then processing. I'll just cover important parts. Processing. So processing involves all these things, visits and everything. Sanction. and disbursement. These 4 stages I've covered main ones. Disbursement. Okay. So many of the bankers feel that if these all are STP, automized, then what about the jobs? Jobs. People over here, machines will work over here. So what about the jobs? Kindly note, you need to understand what they mean by technology. It's not that jobs will go. Okay, let me give an example. Before computers came into banking in 1980s, read the history on Google. People were afraid at that time also that there will be no jobs if computers come in. One computer does the job of 1,000 people. All these 1,000 people will be jobless. Did it happen? Did it happen? No. As the technology changes, the levels of job also change. The method of job also changes. The format of the job changes. Jobs never go. Okay? So, many of the bankers have this notion, wrong notion in the mind. Kindly clear it. Okay? Which of these technologies commonly used to enable STP in banking? So, which of the technologies are used to enable STP? Means, so that you can have STPs means you can have everything online as much as possible, not everything. Fax machines, APIs, middleware, data transformation tools, workflow automation platforms, typewriters, manual ledgers. Who will do the automation or STP in banking? Quite simple, right? Who will do the automation? The automation will be done by, yes, the automation will be done by these, isn't it? B, API, middleware, okay, data transformation tools, workflow automation, right? API means what? I think so. Application, P means programming, and I is interface. Application and interface. Basically, it's an interface. What do you mean by interface? Interface between the machine and a human being. What we speak, computer should understand it, right? So that is API. The translator, you can call it, translator of human language into machine language. So that is API. Middleware. Middleware means, again, API has middleware. API has middleware. Middleware will transform your language into computer language. Data transformation tools, again the same part, right? Workflow automation platforms. Workflow means everything should be online. Some of you might think that how is this possible? I'll tell you, I know at least 2 big banks whose 90% of the small ticket size loans, okay, small ticket means around 1 lakh or 2 lakh. Small ticket loans are automized, completely automized. They don't require human being now. 90% of the loans are automized. 10% are definitely case to case basis. It varies. So kindly note this. Okay, everyone clear? So these are the methods or these are the technologies which will make this STP happen. Now you only think, means I'll give you a simple example. Go for credit card loans. Credit card loans are disbursed only on phone. Only on phone. Just you get a call, recorded lines, and you say okay. They speak something, all the conditions they tell you. Are you okay with it? Yes. Done. You get the money in your account. Where is the document? Where is the visit? Anything. And these credit card loans are not smaller ones. Don't think the credit card loans are 50,000, 60,000. They can go up to 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs. I've seen the loans up to 8 and 9 lakhs on credit card within 3 minutes and at the same rate of interest. almost 10 and 11%. Your PLs are also at 11% only, roughly plus minus, but zero documentation. So kindly note, these STP loans are here to stay. Okay, they are here to stay. Got it? A bank aiming to achieve STP in loan processing would likely prioritize, means what should be the first stage or first step the bank should do if it wants to focus on STP. So it should prioritize what? Look at the options. Increasing the number of manual checkpoints, minimizing the use of digital channels, standardizing data formats and workflows, limiting the integration of new technology. Yeah? Which one? Which one is correct over here? Yes? Which one is correct over here? Increasing the number of manual checkpoints. If I increase the number of manual checkpoints, means human being is required more. Will it lead to STP or will it lead to MTP? Means HTP, human transaction processing, right? STP is straight through processing. So HTP will be human through processing, we will call it, isn't it? So it will increase more HTP rather than STP. So this is out. Minimizing the use of digital channels. Minimizing. So what does it mean? We will go give more access to human beings again. So where is STP? Again HTP, right? Standardizing data formats and workflows. The more you have standardized SOP, standardized means what? SOP, standard operating process or procedure. You have it in your banks. All your banks have the SOPs, right? So these SOPs, okay, these SOPs are the ones which will actually lead to STPs, lead to this STP. Okay, limiting the integration of new technologies. It is actually reverse thing. Again, it is out. By these three, you will be creating human through processing rather than straight through processing. Okay. Which of the following is the primary purpose of obtaining legal documents during the loan processing? So, why should I obtain legal documents? Number one, to increase the loan amount, to delay the loan approval process, to protect the interest of both the lender and the borrower and ensure legal enforceability, to avoid the need of collateral. What is the right answer over here? Why should I have the legal documents? Which are the legal documents? Which are the legal documents? Yes, which are the legal documents? I'll give you three main. There are many, three main. Promissory note, DPN, promissory note. Second, agreement. And letter of continuing security. I'll just write the main part. Continuing. Okay, NUING. Security. These are the three main documents. There can be others also, but these are three main. DPN, agreement, continuing security. Plus there are valuation reports, legal reports, search and title reports. So as I said, there can be many, but these are the three main. So why should we take these three legal documents? At least means others as well. To protect the interest of both the lender and the borrower and ensure legal enforceability. Tomorrow if something happens, the case must stand in the court, isn't it? What is the main function of loan agreement? Why do I have a loan agreement? To document the borrower's credit score, to outline the terms and conditions of the loan, including interest rate, repayment schedule and obligations, to verify the borrower's employment history, to assess the collateral's market value. So, simple one. Right? KYC compliance in loan processing primarily aims to, means why should we have KYC in loan processing? Read this. All of you are doing KYC now, right? In your banks. Without KYC, there is no loan, right? So, this KYC, why do we do it? Reduce the interest rate on the loan, verify the borrower's identity and prevent financial crimes like money laundering, increase the loan tenure and automate. Obviously, B is the answer, isn't it? B is the answer. A document that records the borrower's promise to repay the loan amount with interest according to the agreed terms and conditions is known as application form, promissory note, bank statement and proof of address. So, which is the document that records borrower's promise? Promise. Where does the borrower promise? Check your documents. All of you, check the documents. It is in DPN, promissory note. Here the borrower writes, I promise to pay so and so. Okay? Kindly note, the law of limitation says that the period of DPN should be 3 years. 3 years, not more than that. Okay? Which of the following scenarios would most likely trigger a breach of positive covenant in term loan agreement? Read this. See, firstly, what is positive covenant? You need to understand that first. What is positive covenant? This positive covenant means condition. Condition. Covenant means condition and positive means positive. Simple. Good condition. Okay. So, would breach likely to trigger the breach of positive covenant in term loan agreement? The borrower's debt to equity ratio increases significantly above the agreed upon threshold. The borrower sells a non-core asset with the lender's prior approval. A borrower expands into new product line as outlined in the initial business plan. The borrower repays an existing unsecured short-term loan. So, most likely trigger a breach of positive covenant. Positive covenant means whatever is a good gesture in which the bank is giving the loan. So, that is going to breach that. Okay, breach that means bank will turn into a negative. This will turn into a negative aspect for the loan. What is it? Which one is it? See, obviously this second one is not there. Selling a non-core asset has nothing to do. That borrower's its own will. I am having a house. I want to sell it. Who can stop me? A borrower expands into a new product line as outlined in the initial business plan. As outlined means it was already decided. So, that is also not a negative covenant. Okay? Only these two now. A borrower's debt equity ratio increases significantly above the agreed upon threshold. What was agreed? So, the borrower's debt equity ratio increases beyond that. Now, see this. Any ratio when it increases beyond the agreed level, obviously, it is bad for the loan, isn't it? Then the borrower repays the existing unsecured short-term loan. That is also not a negative covenant. If somebody is having the money, suppose if I get a money, my uncle gave me some 2 crore rupees, I'll repay the loans, right? So this is also not a negative covenant. Only the answer is this. Breach of positive covenant, isn't it? Breach of positive means actually we are talking of negative covenant. Okay. So here borrower's debt to equity ratio increases significantly above the agreed upon threshold. What does it mean? Suppose if it moves above the given threshold, it means my debt is increasing. That is very serious, isn't it? Next. A bullet repayment structure in term loan implies. So what is bullet repayment? Let's see. Increasing installment amounts throughout the loan tenure. Varying installment amounts based on the borrower's cash flow. Repaying the entire principal amount along with the accrued interest at the maturity of the loan. Only paying interest during the loan tenure with principal repaid at the maturity. So what is bullet? Have you seen the bullet repayments in your banks? Have you seen? Bullet repayments. How many of you have seen this? Many a times, I'll tell you, many a times, gold loan is a bullet repayment. Many a times. It's not always. I don't say always. By rule, the person must pay the interest of the gold loan every month. But we allow, check in your bank itself. We allow like this, and at the maturity that person pays. Okay? So that is bullet. More than this is just a vague, rough example. Main is this bank-to-bank borrowings. Whenever some XYZ bank, let's say SBI, wants funds from PNB, it takes loans on the repo. Okay, based on repo, means that's called as interbank borrowing. If bank X borrows from bank Y, generally the borrowing between them is done on the bullet repayment. Means bank X will pay to bank Y at the maturity. Generally these loans are short-term loans, 3 months, okay, 3 to 4 months, max to max. That's why it is bullet repayment. So what does bullet repayment mean? See this. Repaying the entire principal amount along with the accrued interest at the maturity of the loan. Okay. So complete payment is made at the end. Repaying the entire principal amount along with the accrued interest at the maturity. Okay. So that is the point. Remaining all things are different. What is this? Varying installment. These are not called as, okay. Tell me that also. B. What is the name of B? Varying installment amounts based on the borrower's cash flow. Varying installment amounts means many a times what happens, the installment is lower at the initial stage and at the later stage it is higher. So these are called as teaser. These are teaser loans. Teaser. Then increasing installment amounts throughout the loan tenure. Again, this is a form of teaser loans. Kindly note, there is a concept called as teaser loans. In teaser loans, the initial installments are lower and later they increase. Although it is not allowed for the retail loans. RBI does not allow this. It is only allowed for the restructured loans, NPS, which have been gone into rehabilitation. Only paying the interest during the loan tenure while principal repaid at the maturity. This is a term CC, isn't it? OD, cash credit. Right? Got this point? So, the answer for bullet was repaying the entire principal amount along with the accrued interest at the maturity. In context of term loans, what is the question? In context of term loan, collateral which of the following statements regarding the distinction between primary and collateral security is most accurate? Means, basically the question is, what is the difference between primary security and collateral security? Basic logic. The primary security is typically a personal guarantee while collateral is a tangible asset. Okay. Primary security is the asset for which the loan is taken, while collateral is the additional security offered. Collateral security is always held at the borrower's name, while primary is held by the bank. There is no functional difference between primary and collateral security. So what is the difference between primary and collateral? Everyone. What is the difference between primary and collateral? Suppose if I am taking a home loan, I give that home on a mortgage. What is that home loan? Home. So that is my primary security. Primary, right? I am taking the loan for the home, building the home. And then I am giving that home only as a security. So that is known as primary. So primary security always, this is the answer, B1, is the asset for which the loan is taken. If I take a car loan, then car is a primary security. Okay. Now CC, if I am taking CC, what is my primary security in CC? Everyone answer me. What is the primary security in CC? Cash credit. Primary security in CC is stock and debtors, right? But what is the collateral? I can take anything collateral, the house of that customer mortgaged, or some car, or some any fixed asset. Collateral means which is already existing. That person is just giving me the the existing property as a collateral to me. Okay, got it? So that is the main difference. A term loan facility structured as syndicated lending offers which primary benefit to the lenders. So syndicated loans. What is syndicated loan? See, there is something called as consortium financing. Consortium means what? 2 to 3 banks. Bank A, B and C. Let's say, example, I am taking 3 banks. They come together and finance to some customer X. Okay. So all the 3 together finance it. That's called as consortium. Consortium is of the types called as syndication and participation. So that is syndication. Okay. Here all the banks come together. One bank is the lead bank that takes the lead and does all the paperwork. Okay. So now the term loan facility structured as syndicated lending offers which of the primary benefit to the lenders? Centralized decision making and reduced administrative burden, the ability to provide smaller loans to larger number of borrowers, the opportunity to specialize in a specific type of lending without sharing the risk, spreading the risk of lending a large sum of money across multiple financial institutions. So what is the best answer for this? Syndicated. Centralized decision making and reduce administrative burden. That is not the point. Centralized decision making, it has nothing to do with this syndicated. Okay. Ability to provide smaller loans. That is a retail loan to large number of borrowers. That is a retail loan. Okay. So this is also out. The opportunity to specialize in specific types of lending without sharing the risk. That is not possible at all. Without sharing the risk, you can't have a loan. Simple. Okay. So only answer is this. Spreading the risk of lending a large sum of money across multiple banks or multiple financial institutions. Obviously, no. Suppose if I am Reliance, if this is Reliance, let's say, and this Reliance says that I want a funding of, let's say, 1000 CR. Now 1000 CR is very difficult for any single bank to handle. Tomorrow if something happens, then the whole bank is in trouble, isn't it? That's why banks generally distribute this. That's called a syndicated. Okay. Which statement regarding the term loan amortization schedules and interest calculation is generally true in the initial stages of a typical amortizing term loan? So what is true in the initial stages of any term loan? Kindly note. Basic question is, in the initial stages, what is true? Simple. Remaining all sentences okay. What is true in the initial stages of the loan? Read. A large portion of the EMI goes towards the principal repayment while small portion towards the interest. Interest component of the EMI is significantly higher than the principal component. Both the interest and the principal components are equally distributed throughout the loan tenure. The principal repayment component starts low and increases over time while interest component starts high and decreases. Yeah. The answer? In fact, I'll give multiple answers can also be true over here. Now tell me, multiple answers can be true. See, large portion of EMI goes towards principal. Wrong. Okay. Interest component of the EMI is significantly higher, right? In the initial stages. Check your home loan amortization schedule. You will see that the interest component of the loan is higher in the initial stages. Later stages, the principal component is higher. So B is true. C is out, equally distributed. Principal repayment component starts low and increases over time, while the interest component starts high and decreases over time. Both B and D are true. Both B and D are true over here. Got it? Both B and D are true. Got it, everyone? Clear? Next. A negative covenant in term loan agreement would most likely restrict the. So what is the negative covenant? Negative means what? Some negative condition. You can't do this. You can't do that. So what would it restrict? Paying regular dividends to the shareholders. Can a bank say that I have given a loan to Reliance? Now Reliance, you will not pay any dividend. What is the bank to do with it? As far as your EMIs are getting, if you are getting the EMIs properly, you can say anything over there. Entering into a new loan, new term loan debt without lender consent. Yeah, that is the point. Negative covenant. You can't enter. Right? If I'm having a loan with somebody, I can't say that I'll take a new loan without the consent of the. See, if I take the consent, then it's okay. Maintaining accurate financial records. Negative. It's actually positive, isn't it? Adhering to the environmental guidelines. Positive. These are all positive covenants. These are not negative covenants. In term loan context, mezzanine financing can be best described as. So what is mezzanine financing? How do you describe mezzanine financing? Read this. A short-term unsecured loan provided for working capital needs. Pure equity investment with no debt component. A hybrid financing instrument that combines features of both debt and equity. A senior secured loan with lowest risk profile. So what is mezzanine? Think everyone. Think. The answer is it's a hybrid component. It's a mixture of equity and debt. That is called as mezzanine financing. Kindly note this. Again, if a borrower prepays a term loan with a fixed interest rate, which of the following is most likely to be the consequence for the lender? For the lender, say if there is a borrower, home loan generally this happens. The customer comes and repays the full amount. So what is the effect of that repayment on the lender? The lender will earn more interest than initially projected. The lender might impose prepayment penalty to compensate for the lost future interest income. The lender's overall risk exposure for that loan will increase. The lender will automatically offer a lower interest rate on the remaining loan. Is it so? Think. What is the answer over here? Yeah, the answer is lost interest. Because see, if I prepay any loan, obviously that is a loss to the bank, isn't it? Then the whole interest which they are expecting for the future, they are not getting it, isn't it? So that is the answer. You take a loan of 5 lakhs on an annual interest. Now this is a numerical. Annual interest of 6% for a tenure of 5 years. Calculate the yearly installment. Yearly installment you have to find out. Very simple. Which formula will you use? Ordinary annuity. Ordinary annuity repayment formula. So you want to find out the installment. Okay, installment, EMI. What is the formula for EMI? EMI formula is, anyone? What is the formula for EMI? See, EMI equals to, firstly remember, it is the ordinary annuity formula, just it is reversed here and there. Okay, so EMI equals to loan into loan. Kindly note this formula, into R into 1 plus R raised to n, the whole upon 1 plus R raised to n minus 1. So EMI equals to loan into R into 1 plus R raised to n minus upon 1 plus R raised to n minus 1. So loan amount do you know? Yes, you know, 5 lakhs. Write this, 5 lakhs into, now what is R? Rate of interest is given as 6%. Okay. So 6 means, percent means you will take it 0.06. This you will take it 0.06 divided by 100. Okay. So 0.06 into, now this 1 plus R raised to n. So what is 1 plus R? 1.06. Pay attention. 1.06. Isn't it? Directly we'll do it. So 1.06 raised to n. What is n? 5 years? 5. The whole upon 1.06 1.06 raised to 5 minus 1. That only, na? Yeah. See this? Is everyone getting this? Is everyone getting whatever we are doing over here? Is everyone with me or somewhere else? Now solve this. Okay? Solve this. First, find out, very first step, find out 1.06 raised to 5. Type 1.06, then into equal to 5 times. Okay? 1.06, then type into equal to 5 times. Okay? Clear everyone? So 1.06 raised to what? 5? Yeah. So 1.338. Okay, it is 1.338. So first write it down. This figure is very important. Remaining everything you can do it. 1.338. Write this down. This figure is very important. Now solve this. Solve it now. So numerator 1.338 into what is this? 0.06. 0.06. So what is the numerator? 0.08. See, I am also doing it live over here. Okay, you also do it live. Everyone give me the answer. Numerator is what? It is 0.08. 0.08. 02 is also there. Leave it. Just take 2 digits. Now denominator 1.338 minus 1. So it is directly 0.338. So divide this. 0.08 divided by 0.08 divided by what is this? 0.338. So that is equal to 0.23. So this answer is 5 lakhs into 0.23 and something more. So let's keep it only 0.23, or you can take it 0.24 also because it is 0.27. So you can take this 0.24 instead of 3, make it 4. Okay. So now multiply this 5 lakhs into 0.24 into 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs means 5 zeros. Right. So it is, what is the yearly installment? It is 118,777 roughly. 118,777. This much is roughly the installment. You might get here and there some figure. That's okay. It depends on what digits you take, isn't it? So you can take any, means any, up to 2 also, up to 4 also. Even up to 2, nothing happens. Means nothing much changes in this. Okay? Got this point? If a company has current assets of 3 lakh and current liabilities of 1,50,000. So now we have various questions. Its gross working capital is. Now this I need the answer from you. Its gross working capital is. What is the gross working capital for the company? Firstly, what is gross working capital? What is gross working capital? See, suppose if I show you over here, let's say this is my balance sheet. Okay, this is my balance sheet. Current assets, current liabilities, fixed assets, fixed liabilities. Okay, or long-term liabilities we call it. So what is your gross working capital? Gross working capital is complete current assets. All the current assets together are called as gross working capital. Thumb rule. Some of them here and there we minus it. That's okay. But thumb rule is all gross working capital means all current assets. So here, what is the current asset? Simple, given. So it is current assets, 3 lakhs. Simple, so simple. Next, its net working capital is. Now this, let me get it from you first. Net working capital is. Yes, net working capital. What do you mean by net working capital? What do you mean by net working capital? Net working capital means the difference between current assets and current liabilities, these two. So it is current asset minus current liabilities, or it is also called as working capital gap. Working capital gap. So here it will be what? 3 lakh minus 1,50,000. So it is 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs. Simple. 1.5 lakhs. Okay. Cash credit to be given by the bank, margin of 25% is how much CC will be given to the bank, to the customer with the margin of 25%. How much? Yes. How is CC given? On what basis is CC given? General is here. There can be various rules. There is Tandon committee, there is Naik committee, there are various methods. There is also a separate rule for this services. That is all there. But thumb rule is what? It is always, this margin is given as 25%. So subtract that margin. That minus this gap. Okay, this gap actually is given on operating cycle, but thumb rule is whatever is a gap, into that subtract the margin. So 1.5 lakhs into 75%. 75%. So get the answer now, roughly. Means thumb rule wise I am talking. So what is the answer? 1.5 lakhs into 0.75. So that is equal to 150 into 0.75. So it is 1,12,500 roughly. See, I don't say exactly this will be the CC, but thumb rule is this: 1,12,500 rupees. Okay. So this much will be the CC. What is the current ratio? Current ratio for the company is, current ratio is, what is the formula for current ratio? Current ratio means current assets upon current liabilities. Current assets upon current liabilities. So that is equal to, current assets is what? 3 lakh. 3 lakh upon current liabilities, 1.5 lakh. So that is equal to 2. Current ratio is current assets upon current liabilities. So that is equal to 2 over here. Okay. Two ratios are very important. One is liquidity ratio, liquid ratio, and second is current ratio. Okay. Liquid ratio means liquid assets upon current liabilities. Liquid assets upon current liabilities. Your liquid assets are not given. So forget it. Okay. Only current ratio. Got it? Simple. Next one. Cash conversion cycle equals to. Now, what is this cash conversion cycle? The period in which my inventory gets converted into cash means what? What do you mean by this? It means that inventory, I'll purchase the inventory first. So my money is locked over here. Then I'll produce the manufacture it, right? Manufacture, and then I will sell it. Then there is it's sold in debtors, udhari, credit. So afterwards I will get the payment. So this whole cycle, this full cycle is known as cash conversion cycle. Cash conversion cycle. What is the other name to this cash conversion cycle? Other name. It is also called as operating cycle, working capital cycle, any name. Many banks have many names, many books have many names. Logic remains same. Ultimately, it is operating cycle. The time required for my inventory to get converted into the cash. Okay. Again, this cash, whatever I receive, I'll use it for the next inventory, isn't it? It goes on and on and on. And wherever there is a gap in this, their bank fits in under the CC. So now credit conversion cycle equals to days inventory outstanding, means whatever is my inventory outstanding, plus days sales outstanding, whatever are my sales outstanding. Sales outstanding means debtors, okay, minus days payment outstanding. Okay, now these names, days inventory outstanding, sales outstanding, it is, you can have a simple name to this, that is stock plus, what will this be called as? Days sales outstanding. Simple name to this is stock plus debtors minus, what is this? Days payment outstanding. What is it called as? Yes, creditors, isn't it? Creditors. So the formula is cash conversion cycle equals to stock plus debtors minus creditors, or stock, again see this, it is same, days inventory outstanding, DIO, minus days sales outstanding, again, so I'll just call the short names now. Stock minus debtors minus creditors, or stock plus debtors plus creditors, or stock minus debtors plus creditors. What is it? What is it? Yes? Think. This formula is basic formula for any working capital gap and operating cycle. So it is, yes, stock plus debtors minus creditors, isn't it? So the answer will be A over here, A. Stock plus debtors minus creditors. Okay, this is basically the operating cycle. Generally, operating cycle includes many more things. But see here, you always have to be fast. Operating cycle will include all these things: inventory, manufacturing time, inventory time, manufacturing time, debtor time, and then whatever minus creditor time. So basically what are you doing? Inventory, manufacturing. Inventory plus manufacturing means what? Stock only. Debtor time means what? Debtors. Minus creditor time means what? Creditors. That's it. Isn't it? Next. If a company has net sales of 5 lakhs and an average working capital of 70,000, the working capital turnover ratio is turnover. WC turnover ratio. What do you call it as WC turnover? What is it? WC turnover. Formula, very important formula. Very simple but very important. You must have this formula very clear in your mind. Who can give me, let me see in the comment section, who can give me the formula? Who can give me the formula? So WC turnover means, see this, WC turnover, WC, I'll just write TO, okay, equals to your sales upon WC, sales upon working capital, simple, okay, sales upon working capital, means what? It means that in this much sales, how much of my working capital gets refurbished? Remove, move on, moving. So that is equal to 5 lakh upon 70,000, 0.7 lakhs. Okay. So divide this, get the answer. 5 lakh upon 70,000. Do it, everyone. It is, what is it? It is 7 point, let me see, 7.14. Okay. So it means that my sales is 7.14 times my working capital. My sales is 7.414 times my working capital. What does it mean? It means in a sale of 5 lakhs, means my total sale for year, let's say month, whatever we say. In my total sale of 5 lakhs, I can have these many cycles of my working capital. So it means that, see, understand, not only answer is important, understanding is important. It means that I'm having a huge profit margin. Simple, isn't it? Save 5 lakhs and my working capital is only 0.7 lakhs. So I'm having a huge profit margin in the product, isn't it? A company has an inventory period, means days inventory outstanding of 45 days, an account receivable period, days sales outstanding of 15 days, and accounts payable period, means days payable outstanding of 30 days. Calculate the working capital cycle. Just now we saw the formula. Based on this formula, you have to find the answer. Yeah, give me fast. Give me fast. Yes. What is it? See, I will not only give you the answer. This answer is very simple for you. Okay, this answer is very simple for you. So I will not only give you the answer, I will give you something else also. What? Say this. Firstly, understand the answer is what? Stock plus debtors minus creditors, right? Stock plus debtors minus creditors. So what is it? Days. All these days. So 45 days plus debtor is what? Debtor. 15 days minus what is this? Creditor. 30 days. So solve this. 45 plus 15 is 60. 60 minus 30 is 30. So 30 days is my working capital cycle. Okay, 30 days is my working capital cycle. So what does it mean? What does it mean? It means that total, where I have a cash crunch, I may have a cash crunch. So that is 30 days. I have to check for if I am the bank and this customer is having 30 days as an operating cycle. So it means that I'll always check. This is his operating cycle and what is his buying behavior. Based on that, buying behavior and operating cycle, I'll give him the CC, cash credit. Okay. So if there is a gap in this operating cycle, this much time is required for converting the this inventory into cash. Okay. But if he has to make some purchase in between, then what do? In that case, you have to use this. You have to find a gap as such. Okay. Let me show you one example on gap only. Okay. So now give me one answer. I'll add one question over here. Okay. I'll add one question. Okay. Suppose if my inventory turnover, inventory, or you call it inventory or stock turnover, turnover ratio equals to, let's say, 4, and my debtor turnover ratio equals to, let's say, 2. Now, based on this much information, can you tell me, will the customer require CC? Will the customer require CC? I don't want the amount. Okay. Require CC. And for how many days? How many days? Will the customer require the CC and for how many days? Very tricky question. Very easy, but very tricky. It's really a trick to solve this question. Really. Inventory turnover ratio, you need to understand the basics of these ratios. Only then you can solve this. Okay. Let me see. First, the answer from your side. Does this customer need the CC? See, let me explain you. Suppose if this is 1 year, 12 months, we'll consider this as 12 months. 12 months, 1 year. Inventory turnover ratio is 4. What does it mean? It means that in 1 year, my inventory is getting rolled on 4 times. 4 times means what? 4 times. So, right, inventory. Every inventory is getting rolled on after how many months? Every how many months? 3 months. So, inventory I have to purchase. See, this is basically purchase. I have to purchase. Rolled means what? I am purchasing a new inventory, right? So, I am purchasing the inventory every 3 months. That's why I said you need to understand, not only rectifying the formulae are not important. You need to understand the meaning of these. So, this is basically in 3 months you are purchasing this inventory. Okay. Now, what is debtor turnover? 2. So, what does it mean? In 1 year, my debtors are getting rolled over 2 times. 2 times. It means what? They will pay me, if this is 12 months, so they will pay me after 6 months over here. Debtors pay. They will pay me after 6 months over here. And second, again 6 months over here. Debtor will pay. Right? So, what does this mean now? Here I am getting the payment after 6 months. And here I have to pay after 3 months. If I have to get a discount. Because see, if somebody pays in cash, then only that person gets a discount. So, I am getting paid after 6 months and I am paying after 3 months. So, do I require the CC now? I require. And for what period? This gap. This gap. So, my CC is required for 3 months. I said, I don't want the amount because amount you can find out. So, the CC is required for 3 months. Okay. This is a tricky question. Really tricky question. Okay. Everyone got this? So, now let's look at the question, original question. See, this case study comes for almost 5 marks. Okay. Now, before going, see, this was the last part I had told you. Today, this was the last part. So, before going, everyone kindly join the Adda 24/7 batches and the Mahapacks. Okay. How to join this? Always purchase through the app. Download the app first. The app is available in both Android as well as iPhone. Okay, both of them. So, purchase it over there. You'll get 1% extra. Don't miss this 1% also. Plus, what is that additional you are getting? See, additionally, if you see, increment Mahapack, look at this, CIB increment Mahapack. Right now, you are getting triple validity. Triple means what? You buy for 5 months, you're getting it for 15 months. You buy for 9 months, you get it for 27 months. Plus, you get ebooks, plus you get mock test. Everything is there. Plus now, what all next? Ebooks, mock test, this 15 plus batches per subject. Okay. And in increment Mahapack, you get physical question bank as well as e-question bank. Formula bank, physical, you get it at your home. So it's a huge thing, huge. Plus many other benefits are there. You can go on. But how to purchase this? See, click on buy now. Put the code Y432. Okay. You can put the common code also. Yeah. Okay. So put the code, common code and or Y432 and you'll get it. Don't miss this. And kindly remember, you'll get the highest benefit now. Okay. Right now the highest benefit is available over there. So don't miss this. Chalo. Bye everyone.